Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. It was a hot Georgia morning, on the 9th of May when I started off going door to door as usual. I wasn't wearing my suit jacket, but even wearing suit pants and a tie was uncomfortable when it was this hot outside. I hoped someone would let me in. Usually I had to knock on at least 10 or 15 doors before some kind soul would allow me inside for a glass of iced tea. The neighborhood wasn't upper class by any means, but luckily it wasn't too bad as the church forbade us from entering certain areas with a certain crime rate. Apparently some people are beyond saving in their most holy opinion. I was only about 6 doors in when I came to the house. There was a rusty older model Chevy truck in the driveway. The yard was not in great shape. A few worn-out and sun-bleached children's toys were scattered around in the yard, and the grass hadn't been cut in some time. In the eyes of the church, that was not a great sign they loved Jesus. However, I was feeling daring and quite overheated, and some unseen force was pulling me in, which compelled me even more to knock. I thought perhaps it was the call of Almighty God. And besides, all these houses were quite far apart. So I knocked. An older woman swiftly answered the door, much older. The longer I looked at her face, the older she appeared. She greeted me warmly, like any old grandmother would treat her grandchild. Yet it struck me odd how quickly she answered the door, given her state. She looked about 4 feet tall because she was so hunched over and bent at every joint. It looked as if the past 95 years were slowly pulling her down into the earth. If this elderly woman didn't find God quickly, she might be condemned to hell for eternity. This was my moment, I thought. I would finally save someone's soul for the first time. My mission wouldn't be for naught. That was when the smell hit me, but it wasn't coming from the older woman though. She smelled of old rose perfume. It was coming from inside the house. That was when she invited me in. I could feel the air conditioning blowing out the door and onto my sweat-covered forehead. And besides, we weren't allowed to decline an invitation, and I knew I was trained for this. So I entered. She offered me a seat on the ragged-looking brown and orange plaid couch, which must have been from the 80s. Any potential smell of the couch was completely overshadowed by the smell inside the house, though. I could smell it even stronger now. It was somewhere between the scent of rotting pork, burnt hair, sauerkraut, and a diaper. Maybe this elderly woman was incontinent. I knew I shouldn't judge her for that, so I tried to ignore the smell. She hobbled over to the kitchen to fix me a glass of iced tea. I wanted to help, but I figured if she got to the front door that quickly, then she should be fine. The entire house from where I could see was wood-paneled, knotty pine. I have a phobia of holes, and the pattern of knotty pine always made me queasy. It looks like 100 sinister eyes peering at you, and bubonic plague boils at the same time. The whole aura of this house had a sickly dark orange glow. The fluorescent lights didn't help, and the smell made it even worse. Thankfully, the granny returned with my iced tea. The dehydration combined with the atmosphere and smell had me nauseated. The tea tasted delicious. Obviously homemade. I thought it was impressive given her old age. She told me her name was Mabel, but I could call her May. I thought that was sweet. I usually get to know people with a bit of small talk before I start talking about the scriptures. It opens them up a bit more and makes them comfortable. We casually talked for a few minutes about the weather, and then she brought up the pie and dinner she baked for her daughter last night. Then she said, "I want you to meet my daughter, Candy, she's upstairs." My heart sank at the thought of a 95-year-old woman taking care of her daughter, who must be able-bodied and in her late 50s at the most. I tried to not be judgmental, but my face must have changed because May asked me what I thought about that. "Yes, I'd like to meet your daughter. I bet she's lovely." "Oh yes, she is. She's a little angel," she replied. "A little angel?" Strange choice of words. "Let's go upstairs and meet her," she said. But why was she upstairs? Couldn't she come down here? My thoughts were racing. I had so many questions, but I couldn't make any of them sound polite. I was trained for this, though. I could do this with a straight face, no matter what horror show I might possibly see. Maybe she's 600 pounds and can't make it out the door. Then if she is, she needs God in her life immediately. Full of determination to save this woman, I got up. "Of course, May, let's go up there so I can meet her." May lead the way, and as we got to the stairs, the ungodly smell hit me like a lead brick. I became frozen in my tracks. Fear surged through my body. I became confused for a second as to where I was and what I was doing. The orange glow and peering eyes of the wooden walls made me shudder. The Lord will get me through this, I told myself, and then I suddenly gained control of my movement. May was quick on the floor, but on these stairs she seemed to be taking her time to not fall. I thought to reassure her, "Don't worry, I'm right behind you." But she didn't speed up or respond. She didn't even seem to hear me. The lighting was dim. There were a lot of framed photos along the hallway walls, but they were too dark to make out. They appeared to be many family members. What sort of demonic energy was lurking at the top of the stairs? I could have never guessed, but there was an obviously human presence I could hear moving around in one of the rooms. So she couldn't be too obese to move then. A lone cockroach ran from underneath one frame to another. This was the least horrifying and most normal thing I have experienced thus far. The little insignificant cockroach brought me back to reality. I was meant to save these women. We got to the top of the stairs, my heart raced. May reached her decrepit old hand to the door, with a key. Why was the door locked? What was going on here? I was sweating more profusely than I had been out in the 95-degree weather. As soon as the lock clicked, a voice from behind the door squealed. Unintelligible utterances, and then shrill, gleeful screams. A wave of relief washed over me. Her daughter was handicapped. It made so much sense. I knew I could deal with this. In full confidence, I straightened my posture ready to meet her daughter, Candy. But as May opened the door, the blood drained completely from my face. I almost felt my soul leave my body at what I saw. Standing at what appeared to be 6 foot even, was a woman of profound weight, wearing the largest diaper I've ever seen. Her tangled red hair was pulled tightly into 2 pigtails. This emphasized the bald spots on her head. She was so large she eclipsed the white fluorescent light beaming from the room. This sight, combined with the awful terrifying stench, must have twisted my face into a grimace, because I noticed May was scowling at me with a hatred I've never experienced before. I quickly attempted to morph my expression into a pitiful smile, just to keep myself from crying. "I'll just leave y'all to it then," she said, and then quickly shuffled down the stairs. Completely taken aback, all of my knowledge of how to deal with these situations completely disappeared from memory. I was breathing through my mouth, but the air still tasted foul. The woman didn't take her beady eyes off me, and she looked hungry. Everything in me wanted to just run and never look back, but that was when she pulled me in the room with a strength to rival a man's. She slammed the door behind her. I quickly sat down on a bean bag chair, hoping she wouldn't hurt me. I was so flustered I hardly noticed the room. It was decorated like a nursery. There was a changing table like for a baby, but very, very large. I thought for a second I was so dizzy my perception had been warped, but it wasn't. There was also a very large crib and a very large rocking horse. There were many other toys scattered around the room. She was standing over me, breathing, not saying a word, since she hadn't said a word since the door opened. I wondered if she even spoke English. She sat down on the floor across from me. In the flickering fluorescent light of the room, I got a much better look at her face. Her forehead protruded like a caveman's, and it was emphasized by the unhealthy fat deposits on it. Her face was pockmarked and covered in tiny red zits. Her eyes were very small, dark brown, and were facing in different directions, but I knew the dominant I was the one focused on me, unblinking. But the most terrifying feature was her nose. It was upturned like a pig's. It reminded me of the stories I heard from other guys at church, about how demons usually have animal features like goat feet or pig faces. That thought made me feel like I was in danger, so I began praying silently. Her staring and my praying seemed to go on for what seemed like 3 hours, although my reality was completely warped by the sights and smells, so only God knows how long it actually was. In one swift movement she changed direction, grabbed some toys, and started playing with them like I wasn't even there. This disturbed me more than the staring. She babbled like an infant of about 2 or 3 years old, pointlessly slamming the toys into each other with the force of a grown woman. It seemed like she was just an adult pretending to play, like a caricature of a child. I had no idea she could see out of both eyes. The lazy eye that was facing me must have noticed I was looking at her. She turned her fat zit-covered neck towards me and excitedly screamed, "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy, Daddy! Yeah, you my daddy now, okay?" I was never trained for this. I immediately jumped up and went for the door, but it was locked from the outside. That evil demonic old hag did it. She wanted me to suffer in the misery she created. The monstrosity behind me noticed my attempt to escape and went straight into wailing and crying just like an infant. The extremely loud shrill cries and screams bounced off the walls of the tiny room and into my head until it started to throb violently. Tears streamed down her hideous face and fell onto her stained adult-sized onesie, which showed every little fold of her tumorous fat rolls. and her large hanging stomach. The cries became even more dramatic with each passing second, and I became even more dizzy and nauseous than before. "Daddy, why are you weaving? Daddy!" I couldn't even react to this. I just furiously turned the doorknob trying to escape this horror. I thought about slamming my body up against the door to open it, but then I remembered that the door swings inwards, and I'd only make my situation worse. My energy levels dropped, and spots started showing in my vision. My legs buckled, and I collapsed in front of the door. "Daddy, are yous okays?" The last thing I saw was the thing's face, its pallid skin like rising bread dough, tiny eyes sunken deep into its skull, with a giant binky in its mouth. Then everything fading out and going dark. When I came to, everything was dark, the lights were out, but I was still in the room. I must have been drugged by that old woman because I was delirious. My head hurt worse than it ever had in my life. I felt like I had slept for 24 hours. The first few breaths I took were pleasant thanks to the air conditioning blowing on my face, until the smell hit me again. The most grim scent. It had changed now, and had more of a body odor smell, and rotting cheese in the mix. The body odor. I was so delirious, I didn't even notice that thing was laying next to me. The room was cold, but I could feel the malodorous heat radiating off of it. It sounded even more non-human than when it was awake, gurgling snores and wheezing which I thought demons must sound like when they're asleep. It seemed to be sleeping so hard I could easily make my escape now, if the door wasn't still locked. There had to be a way out. Maybe there was a toy I could use to pry the door open. I had barely even begun to move when I felt the bars. I was inside the thing's crib. I didn't even know how this thing worked. There was no way I could get out without waking it up. There was one tiny window with bars on it, so I decided to wait until sunrise so I could see how to get out of this. I woke up around 10 a.m., as the drugs must not have worn off yet. I lost my chance. The thing was already up and playing with its toys in the dim morning light. "Good morning, Daddy. You slept so long." I couldn't respond. The stark reality made me want to roll over in the fetal position and go back to sleep. But she wanted something from me and was already on her way over to me. "Pete, please, I just want to go home." I sheepishly said, hoping she would feel some sort of sympathy and convince the old hag to let me go. "We haven't prayed yet, Daddy." I thought she meant prayer, so this was a good chance to get a word in, hoping it would exorcise the demon living in this woman. "Yes, we can pray." I clasped my hands and thought she would do the same, but instead she bounded towards the box of toys, shaking the entire house with each step. Why, Daddy's gonna PWAY with me." Her giant sagging diaper made a disgusting sound as she jumped up and down like a toddler. I gagged and puked in my mouth. I impulsively swallowed it, but I regretted immediately when I noticed I had puked in my sleep at some point. It was hard to notice when the room, and that thing smelled worse than puke. "I have to get out of here. Daddy, my diaper needs changes, please." Horrified, my brain short-circuited at the thought. "Change it," an old voice shouted from the other side of the door. "What?" I screamed at the top of my lungs for the first time since I entered that cursed house. "Change your damn diaper." I wanted to strangle her. I got up and started beating on the door, screaming for her to let me out. "Change the diaper, and I'll let you out." Filled with rage, I wanted to just break the door down, but in my weakened state it was hard to even make a fist. I thought about killing them both, stabbing them to death with my tiny pocket knife. Then I remembered my mission. I was here because God told me to be. This was just a test. A shit test from God, with literal shit. If I could get through this without committing a mortal sin, then I would truly be a saint. "Okay, I'll change the diaper." Without saying anything, the thing, fully comprehending what I had just said, jumped up on the changing table and laid down and put its legs up. The voice on the other side of the door told me to look in the cupboards under the table. In it were the largest diapers I've ever seen, powder, diaper cream, and an absurd amount of wipes. "Get to it," the voice said. "First, you slide the key under the door." I tried to negotiate. "Hell no, then you'll just leave. Change the diaper first." I had no choice. I tried to disassociate. The sight was nightmarish, and the smell even more so. I won't get into the details. "FNKU Daddy, IWV." All of my pride had vanished. I had succumbed to unimaginable psychological torture, instead of just beating them both to death and hand delivering them to hell. "Now let me out," I screamed. "Daddy, please don't weave." I had to get out. Against all odds, I heard the lock click. I was free. I slammed the door wide open, only to see the old woman gone. She must have slipped into one of the other rooms at the top of the stairs, so I wouldn't murder her with complete justification. Quite smart on her part, because I would have loved to. Daddy NOO. Daddy stay here with me. The thing screamed in that disturbing childlike voice. I ran down the stairs so fast I thought I was going to fly. I barreled through the living room and out the front door, leaving it wide open in my wake. I ran all the way home and felt like my heart was going to explode. I took a 2-hour-long shower, then went to bed and slept for about 18 hours. I never told the cops or anyone what happened because I was so afraid that people would find out what I had to do to escape, and I felt like a fool for falling for it in the first place. If anyone asked about that house, I said they don't let anyone in, or they just don't answer the door. So now whenever people ask me about the craziest experience I've had as a missionary going door to door, I always just tell them the elaborate story of how a smoking hot cougar in a tight black dress tried to seduce me, but I gracefully resisted her cunning advances with the power of the divine and almighty God. Case 2. Our story starts in Hakalau, Hawaii, where our truly vile main character, Raymond Martinez Fernandez, was born on December 17, 1914, a Sagittarius, who would have guessed one. Fernandez was raised in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and by the age of 16, had already spent time in jail for theft. As a result, the Fernandez family returned to Spain in 1932. By 1934, Raymond Fernandez had secured work as a ranch hand on his uncle's farm, married his first wife, Encarnacion Robles, and become a father to at least one child, all before the age of 20. World War II found Fernandez a role in Spain's Merchant Marine Corps, where he was able to transition into a career with British intelligence too. These careers offered him a taste of life as an unattached bachelor and ultimately led to his return to the United States and the abandoning of his wife and their 4 children. His journey to return to the United States began with finding a charter on a ship that was heading to Mobile, Alabama. Not long after boarding the ship, a steel hatch fell, striking him and fracturing his skull, causing significant damage to his frontal lobe. Like many prolific serial killers, see examples such as Ed Gein, childhood abuse, Richard Ramirez, crushed by a dresser at 2 and knocked out by a swing at 5, Albert Fish, fell from a cherry tree, etc. This head injury could very well be the reason for Fernandez's sexual and moral deviancy. After a year-long recovery period in the ship's infirmary, he managed to steal a fair amount of clothing from the ship's marked storeroom, and was arrested when he attempted to pass through customs, which resulted in a sentence at the federal penitentiary in Tallahassee, Florida. His cellmate, an inmate of Haitian descent, introduced him to the spiritual practices of voodoo, through which Fernandez's confidence blossomed, and he believed himself to be irresistible, and able to seduce any woman. He set his sights upon point 5. Armed with his newfound beliefs, he took to trolling the personal ads for single older women, where he met his murderous counterpart, Martha Beck, and began his dark journey to infamy. Martha Jewel Beck, born Martha Jewel Seabrook, came into the world on May 6, 1919, in Milton, Florida. Why is it always you? Her weight quickly became a topic of discussion. From her classmates to her overbearing and demeaning mother, she was constantly berated for her appearance starting at an early age. Due to a glandular disorder, she developed much faster than the average child and was reported to have the body and sexual drive of a grown woman. Martha Jewel Beck, born Martha Jewel Seabrook, came into the world on May 6, 1919, in Milton, Florida. Why is it always you? Her weight quickly became a topic of discussion. From her classmates to her overbearing and demeaning mother, she was constantly berated for her appearance starting at an early age. Due to a glandular disorder, she developed much faster than the average child and was reported to have the body and sexual drive of a grown woman. 6. Unfortunately, by age 10, she had been sexually assaulted by her brother, and when she informed her mother, she was beaten and blamed for the assault. Her mother continued to cause strife in Martha's life by running off any boys that ever showed interest in Martha with insults and threats. As she aged, Martha continued to withdraw into herself, preferring solitude to the company of others while her weight continued to have adverse effects on her life. After attending nursing school and graduating first in her class, she was unable to find employment due to her physical appearance, which led to her being forced to accept a job as an undertaker's assistant, where she helped to prepare female bodies for burial. Pretty convenient prerequisite for a future serial killer, I'd say. In her desperation to begin life anew, Martha found herself in California working as an army nurse. She spent her nights in bars, occasionally picking up soldiers and taking them home, as one does. These behaviors ultimately led to her first pregnancy, and upon informing the father of her condition, he attempted to end his own life. Distraught and ashamed, Martha fled back to Milton, where she gave birth to her daughter, Willa Dean, in 1944. In an attempt to explain her out-of-wedlock pregnancy to the town residents, she fabricated the story that she had gotten married to a Navy soldier who was away on deployment and managed to have a telegram sent to herself informing her that he had perished in the line of duty. The town mourned her loss, and the story made headlines in the local paper. Not long after the birth of Willa Dean, Martha met Pensacola bus driver Alfred Beck and found herself pregnant, married with a newborn son whom she named Alfred, and then divorced, all within a 6-month time frame. This ushered in a deep depression where she coped by throwing herself headfirst into her nursing work, which eventually granted her a promotion to nurse superintendent at a Pensacola hospital. But she still found herself lacking the relationships that she so craved. A practical joke pulled by a co-worker led to her receiving an ad for Mother Dineen's Family Club for Lonely Hearts. But in a shocking act of defiance, she listed an ad for herself and took the first steps on her path to the end. In the dark days before dating apps such as Tinder, Bumble, and FarMercenally.com, our grandparents used to publicize their loneliness by taking out Lonely Hearts ads in the hopes of finding their perfect match. Unfortunately for some, these ads ultimately led to an untimely demise. In the winter of 1947, Martha would receive her first and only reply to her ad in Mother Dineen's. Raymond Fernandez had come across the listing and reached out, painting himself as a successful businessman in trading. His letters detailed his loneliness and desire to share his life with another, YNG Martha with his way with words and seemingly similar search for love. Weeks of being pen pals led to one failed visit in Florida, which led to a vintage. He broke up with me through a text letter, which then led to a very reluctant invitation from Raymond inviting Martha and the children to visit him in New York. On January 25, 1948, Martha Beck dropped her kids off at the Salvation Army of New York after deciding that the best and only way to keep her new man would be to abandon her offspring. It wasn't until 1951, when she found herself in Sing Sing Prison A, mere 3 years after releasing them from her care, that she would reach out to her children via letter. It is unknown how their relationship progressed, but it's obvious that she won the Mother of the Year award. After finding themselves childless and fancy-free, Raymond told Martha everything about the dozens of women he had robbed through Lonely Hearts ads. As she had already committed her heart to him, she felt that it was her duty to assist him in his endeavors. Over the next 3 years, Raymond would go on to marry dozens of women across several states in the hopes of gaining access to their money and assets. Martha would pose as his sister or sister-in-law, depending on the situation, to ensure the victims felt comfortable with their new love interest. Unfortunately for Martha, Raymond showed no signs of wishing to commit himself to her, and she sat idly by while the object of her affections would sleep with and swindle countless other women. As the saying goes, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Murder was not a part of the Lonely Hearts scam until 1949, when, in a fit of jealousy, Martha murdered 66-year-old Janet Fay. Miss Fay was the couple's latest victim and had come to live with Fernandez in his Long Island apartment, and upon finding the couple in bed together, Beck fatally injured Janet by taking a ball-peen hammer to her skull. Realizing that Miss Fay had not been killed by Martha's attack, Fernandez ended her life via strangulation. They later buried her body in the basement of the Queens, New York home of Fernandez's sister. This would be the only crime that the couple was tried and convicted for. Following the Fay murder, Martha and Raymond made their way to Byron Center Road, a suburb of Grand Rapids, Michigan. There they met Mrs. Delphine Downing, 41, and her 2-year-old daughter Rhinell. Mrs. Downing was recently widowed and more than happy to host the couple during their stay in town. On the night of February 28, Downing became agitated upon seeing Fernandez without his hairpiece, and Martha was able to convince her to ingest sleeping pills as a means to calm down. Rhinell, perhaps sensing that something was wrong with her mother, began to cry. Beck, enraged by the sounds of a crying child, strangled Rhinell until she was unconscious, and after an argument with Raymond, they decided that to avoid Delphine reporting her daughter's abuse to the authorities, the only way out was to shoot her while she was unconscious. After murdering her mother, Beck ultimately ended up drowning Rhinell. The couple was arrested by the police after Delphine Downing and her daughter were reported missing. Some of the earliest victims of Raymond Fernandez are Jane Thompson and Myrtle Young. In 1947, Fernandez married Miss Thompson and brought her to La Linea, Spain, where his first wife, Encarnacion Robles, was living with his children. He introduced the two women, and the three were often seen out on the town. Unfortunately, there was an altercation between the two women, and Mr. Fernandez was seen fleeing from the hotel room. Jane Thompson's body was discovered the next morning, but her cause of death was listed as a heart attack. 16. Miss Young, a Green Forest AR native, was married to Fernandez in August of 1948. Beck and Fernandez stole a total of $4,000 from her before sending her back to Arkansas, where she died of a brain hemorrhage after an overdose of sleeping pills administered by Beck. There are anywhere from 17 to 20 women suspected to have been targeted by Martha and Raymond, but no one has ever been able to confirm their connections to these cases. Although they had been arrested for both the murders of Janet Faye and the Downing family, they were only being charged for Miss Faye's death, as the state of New York had the death penalty, whereas Michigan did not. After a whirlwind jury trial, they were sentenced to death by electric chair. On March 8, 1951, in Ossining, New York, Fernandez and Beck breathed their last breaths. Martha Beck was 31 at the time of her execution. Raymond Fernandez was 36. Martha Beck's last words were a statement of undying love, wherein she proclaimed her passion for her partner. My story was a love story, and only those that have been in love as I have know what I mean. I am not unfeeling, stupid, or moronic. I am a woman who had a great love and always will have it. Imprisonment in the death house has only strengthened my feelings for Raymond. In a similar but much simpler fashion, Raymond Fernandez's last words were as follows: I want to shout it out, that I love Martha. What does the public know about love? This story of the heinous crimes carried out by this couple has inspired several films, most notably the 1970s cult classic, The Honeymoon Killers, directed by Leonard Castle, starring Mary Jane Higby as Janet Faye, Shirley Stoller as Martha Beck, and Tony LoBianco as Raymond Fernandez. The 1996 Mexican film, Deep Crimson, starring Regina Orozco and Daniel Jimenez Cacho. The 2006 film, Lonely Hearts, starring Salma Hayek and Jared Leto. The 2014 Belgian-French film, Alleluia, starring Lola Duenas and Laurent Lucas. Case 3. This is the twisted tale of John George Hay, better known as the acid bath serial killer. The Englishman committed mass murder in the 1940s and disposed of his victims by dissolving their corpses in metal oil drums filled with sulfuric acid. The acid bath murders are surely unlike any other true crime story. John George Hay was born on July 24, 1909, in Stamford, England. He was raised by his parents, John Robert and Emily Hay, in Outwood, West Yorkshire. Hay's parents were Plymouth Brethren, a conservative Protestant sect. His father believed that the world was evil, so the family needed to separate themselves. Hay had a bleak and lonely childhood due to his parents' extreme religious values. He didn't have any friends growing up, mainly associating with his few pets and his neighbor's dog. Hay's father even built a tall fence around their yard to prevent contact from the outside world. Young Hay had a passion for classical music. He eventually taught himself how to play the piano at home and often attended orchestral concerts. Hay won a scholarship to attend Queen Elizabeth Grammar School and was offered another scholarship to Wakefield Cathedral, where he became one of their choir boys. John Hay married the 23-year-old Beatrice Betty Hammer on July 6, 1934. Betty was often described as a lively woman and a good-time girl. Upon marriage, the couple barely knew each other. However, Hay managed to impress the young woman with his manners and charm, so she said yes without hesitation when he asked her to be his bride. After 4 short months, Betty left Hay upon his arrest for forging vehicle documents. While Hay was carrying out his prison sentence, Betty gave birth to his child, but gave it up for adoption. In 1936, John George Hay moved to London, becoming a chauffeur for William Donald McSwan. He also posed as a solicitor named William Adamson, selling fraudulent stock shares. His shady business was soon uncovered when someone noticed he misspelled Guilford, where his office was located, on his letterhead. This earned him yet another prison sentence for fraud, and this time he would spend 4 years behind bars. Hay was released shortly after World War II started. However, he didn't learn his lesson as he was sentenced for fraud several more times. During his time behind bars, Hay got an idea that he would later use to cover up his killings. One of his regrets was that he left victims behind to accuse him. Hay spent time in prison studying the French murderer Georges Alexander Sarret, who disposed of his victims' bodies with acid. Hay tested this on mice, finding it only took 30 minutes for them to dissolve in the acid. While Hay worked as an accountant at an engineering firm, he ran into William McSwan, his former employer and old friend, in a Kensington pub. While the two were catching up, McSwan introduced Hay to his parents, Donald and Amy. McSwan bragged about working for his parents as a landlord for their properties in London, causing Hay to be jealous of his lifestyle. On September 6, 1944, McSwan disappeared. Hay lured him into a basement on Gloucester Road with plans to kill his first victim. Once in the basement, Hay bashed him over the head with a lead pipe, then threw McSwan's body in a metal drum filled with concentrated sulfuric acid. Hay returned 2 days later, finding that the body was mostly dissolved. He then poured the remains down a manhole. Hay told McSwan's parents that their son was hiding in Scotland to avoid the draft as a cover-up. He then took their son's place, living with them and collecting rent at their properties. However, they became worried about their son, who had not returned once the war was over. Hay would take his next victims, Donald and Amy McSwan, on July 2, 1945. He lured them to Gloucester Road by telling them that their son had returned for a surprise visit. Hay proceeded to strike the couple in the head and threw the bodies in sulfuric acid as well. Posing as their son, Hay stole their pensions checks and sold their properties for £8,000, using the money to move to the Onslow Court Hotel in South Kensington. Having a gambling problem, the acid bath murderer ran out of his stolen funds by 1947. This gave him the urge to find his next victims to kill and rob. Hay would soon meet Dr. Archibald Henderson and his wife, Rose Henderson. Hay pretended to be interested in a house they were selling. Taking a liking to Hay, Rose invited him to play piano at their housewarming party. While at their flat, the serial killer stole Dr. Henderson's revolver. The murderer decided to relocate his operations, moving his metal drums to a small workshop he rented on Leopold Road in West Sussex. On February 12, 1948, he drove Henderson to his workshop, telling him that he wanted to show him an invention. When they entered Hay's workshop, he shot Dr. Henderson in the head without hesitation. After he called Mrs. Henderson, telling her she needed to come because her husband had fallen ill. He shot her in the head with the revolver as well. After Hay covered up the murder using his typical method, he forged their signatures on a letter that allowed him to sell their possessions for £8,000. He sold everything but their dog and their car, keeping them for himself. After Hay's 5 successful killings, he decided to rent a larger warehouse on Leopold Road. In this warehouse, he would murder his final victim. 69-year-old Olive Durand Deacon would capture Hay's attention. She was the widow of a wealthy solicitor, John Durand Deacon, and Hay's neighbor at the Onslow Court Hotel. At the time, Hay was posing as an engineer, so Mrs. Durand Deacon told him about an idea for artificial fingernails. He saw this as a perfect opportunity and invited her to his warehouse. Once inside, the acid bath murderer shot Olive Durand Deacon in the back of the neck with Dr. Henderson's stolen revolver. He then stripped her of her valuables, including her Persian fur coat, and submerged her body in sulfuric acid. The next day, guests at the hotel were concerned about Mrs. Durand Deacon being absent from breakfast, asking Hay if he knew where she was. He told them that the two had planned to meet the previous day, but she was a no-show. When Mrs. Durand Deacon was still missing the following day, it became apparent that something was wrong. To keep the guests from becoming suspicious of him, Hay asked Mrs. Lane, a concerned guest from the previous day, if she had heard anything about the missing woman. Mrs. Lane said that she hadn't heard anything and planned to go to the Chelsea police station later. Hay offered to join her and drove Mrs. Lane to the police station to file a missing person report. When they arrived at the station, Sergeant Lambourne was apprehensive about Hay. The following morning, the sergeant contacted the Scotland Yard Record Office and discovered Hay's record. That same morning, Hay went to his warehouse to empty Mrs. Durand Deacon's liquefied body, making the misstep of pouring it on the ground outside. He then drove to Horsham to have Durand Deacon's jewelry appraised. When he returned to the hotel, a group of officers was waiting for him. Hay gave them a statement that retold his story about the missed meeting. The following Saturday, the police investigated Hay's warehouse on Leopold Road. They discovered a rubber apron, a gas mask, empty glass carboys, a recently fired revolver, and a dry cleaning receipt for Mrs. Durand Deacon's Persian fur coat during their investigation. After finding the evidence in the warehouse, they decided to search the surrounding area. On a pile of rubble behind the building, the detectives found 28 pounds of melted body fat, part of a foot, human gallstones, and part of a denture. With that, they had identified their prime suspect. When Hay was questioned by Detective Inspector Albert Webb, he asked, "Tell me frankly, what are the chances of anybody being released from Broadmoor, a high-security psychiatric hospital?" The detective told Hay that he could not tell him, to which Hay replied, "Well, if I told you the truth, you would not believe me. It sounds too fantastic to believe." And with that, Hay confessed that he killed Duran Deacon, the McSwan family, and the Hendersons. He also told the detective that he killed 3 others, a young boy named Max, a girl who lived in Eastbourne, and a woman from Hammersmith. Although these victims cannot be confirmed. John George Hay's trial took place on July 19, 1949, at Lewes Assizes and finished the following afternoon. At the trial, Hay pleaded insanity, telling the court that he had vampiric desires and drank the blood of his victims. To further prove his reason for the murders, he said he had dreams dominated by blood during his childhood. He told the court that his gruesome dreams returned when he got in a car accident in 1944. In his hallucination, the whole forest began to writhe and the trees, dark and erect, to ooze blood. A man went from each tree catching the blood. When the cup was full, he approached me. "Drink," claimed Hay. However, there was nothing to prove that he consumed his victim's blood. By recalling his nightmares and claiming to be a vampire, Hay was likely attempting to appear delusional to prevent his future execution. Upon hearing Hay's insanity plea, the detective that questioned him about the murders told the prosecutor, Lord Shawcross, that he was asking about the chances of escaping from a psychiatric institution. Shawcross urged the jury to reject Hay's insanity defense because he committed the murders with malice aforethought. The defender, Sir David Maxwell Fyfe, called many witnesses into court to attest to Hay's mental state. Hay's attempt to appear mentally insane failed. It only took the jury 15 minutes to find him guilty. The judge presiding over the trial asked Hay if he had anything to say for himself, to which he responded, "Nothing at all." The gavel was struck, and the judge sentenced John George Hay to be executed by hanging. While Hay was on death row, awaiting his execution at Wandsworth Prison, it was reported that he asked one of the guards if he could have a trial run of his hanging to ensure everything would go according to plan. His request was likely denied. Hay provided his life story to the newspaper that funded his trial, wrote letters to his girlfriend, Barbara Stevens, and his parents, who didn't have a chance to see him before his life would be taken away. He also got fitted for a death mask requested by Madame Tussauds. On August 10, 1949, John George Hay, the acid bath murderer, would meet his demise. The killer was led to the gallows by Chief Executioner Albert Pierrepoint. It was there where John George Hay would drink brandy and take his final breath. John Hay, the acid bath murderer, was one of England's most notorious serial killers. His case received widespread media coverage due to his unconventional murder method of dissolving his victims in acid. Do you think Hay was actually insane, or just claimed to be? Do you question Hay's guilt about the unconfirmed murders? Case 4. Charles Frederick Albright was born in Amarillo, Texas, on August 10, 1933. Shortly after he was born, his birth mother put him up for adoption. When he was 3 months old, he was adopted by Dell and Fred Albright. His adoptive parents, Fred and Dell, made sure that Charles knew he was her pride and joy. However, sometimes his adoptive mother went to extremes. Dell Albright would make Charles wear dresses and play with dolls. When Charles was less than a year old, she locked him in a dark room to punish him for chewing on her tape measure. When he refused to nap, she would tie him down to his bed. She would also spank him for simply not drinking his milk. Despite her odd and often excessive punishment, she wanted Charles to succeed. With her help, he breezed through school and skipped 2 grades. He was a gifted boy who could do just about anything, play piano, name all the constellations, and he even tap danced at the famous Texas Theater. Dell also introduced Charles to taxidermy, buying him his first gun and helping him kill small animals. She even showed how to use various tools, knives for cutting the skull, spoons for scooping brains, and scalpels from cutting eyes out of their sockets. Charles dedicated hours to perfecting his taxidermy pieces, making sure they looked as lifelike as possible. Once it was time to put the finishing touch on his work, the eyes, Charles would go to his local taxidermy shop to pick out the perfect pair. He loved browsing the displays full of gleaming fake eyes and wished that he could collect them like how other boys collected marbles. At only 13 years old, Charles Albright already had charges for petty theft and aggravated assault on his criminal record. Then he graduated from high school at 15 years old and attended North Texas University, wanting to become a medical doctor. While attending NTU, police caught Albright carrying stolen cash, a rifle, and 2 handguns. This crime landed him in jail for a year, causing him to drop out of college. After being released from jail, Charles Albright enrolled at Arkansas State Teachers College, majoring in pre-med studies. However, after he was found with stolen items, the college expelled him. Albright believed he still deserved his degree despite his expulsion, so he falsified one. He created his fictitious bachelor's and master's degrees using stolen documents and forged signatures. Charles Albright married and had a daughter with his college girlfriend. However, he was caught for his falsified degree while teaching at a high school and was placed on probation. He and his wife separated in 1965 and divorced in 1974. He then received a 2-year prison sentence when he was caught stealing hundreds of dollars worth of goods from a hardware store. But he was released after serving only 6 months of his sentence. After his release, he befriended some of his neighbors and was eventually asked to babysit their children. In 1981, Albright sexually molested the 14-year-old daughter of one of his neighbors. He pled guilty and received probation for this crime, but later claimed he was innocent and only pled guilty to avoid a hassle. In 1985, Albright fell in love with a woman named Dixie Austin. She was a shy widow that Albright met while traveling to Arkansas. His relationship with Dixie was one of the most romantic times of his life, taking her on classy dinner dates and charming her with stories about art and nature. Albright eventually invited his girlfriend to live with him. Soon, she supported him financially and paid all of his bills. Albright delivered newspapers in the early morning. Apparently, this was a cover-up to visit prostitutes without arousing Dixie's suspicion. This is when Charles Frederick Albright murdered 3 Dallas prostitutes and transformed from an average guy into the Dallas slasher. The eyeball killer's first victim was a 33-year-old prostitute named Mary Lou Pratt. She was found dead in the DeSoto city limits, just outside South Dallas, Texas. The 156-pound woman was found stripped of everything except her t-shirt and bra, which were pulled up over her breasts. Her eyes were shut, and she had severe chest and facial bruises. It can be concluded that the murderer beat her before he killed Pratt. One of the local residents from the neighborhood where the incident occurred was so mortified by what he saw that he brought a flowered bed sheet from his house to cover the corpse. When the Dallas police arrived on the scene, one of the officers immediately recognized Mary Pratt, since she was a veteran prostitute who worked at the Star Motel in Oak Cliff. While the sex workers often called for help due to abusive clients, it was rare for one to be murdered, especially someone as well-liked as Mary. Mary Pratt's file was handed over to one of Dallas's most talented investigators, John Westphalen. The murder was a dump body case, one of the most complicated types to solve since the victim was killed in one location and dropped off in another. There was also no murder weapon, victims, or other forensic evidence. Westphalen and his partner, Stan McNear, went to the office of the Dallas County Medical Examiner to watch Mary Pratt's autopsy. During the autopsy, one of the pathologists noted the needle marks on Pratt's arm and the bullet hole in her head. But she let out a gasp once she opened Pratt's eyes. Both of them were missing. The eyes had been removed with such surgical precision that there was no tissue, and the upper and lower eyelids were left unobstructed. After the shocking situation at the examiner's office, Westphalen urgently contacted the FBI's Violent Crimes Apprehension Program unit. The unit stores all of the nation's most gruesome murders on its database. However, an FBI agent reported that they had no records of anything like the murder of Mary Pratt. Susan Peterson, another young prostitute, was dumped on the same street Mary Pratt was, outside the Dallas city limits in DeSoto. Her breasts were unveiled, and eyes shut the same way as Pratt's, only she was shot in the back of the head, top of the head, and in the left breast. Susan Peterson's case was assigned to Larry Oliver, a detective who didn't know about Pratt's murder 2 months earlier. The case unfolded in the same way as the Pratt case. When Oliver visited the medical examiner, they discovered that both eyeballs were removed from the corpse. On March 19, 1991, another prostitute named Shirley Williams was found dead, this time from the Avalon Motel, a few miles away from the Star Motel. Her body was found at 6:20 in the morning, half a block away from an elementary school in Oak Cliff. As the young students walked to school, they could see the naked corpse lying lifeless on the curb. Investigator Westphalen was in charge of uncovering the murder of Shirley Williams. When he arrived at the Williams murder site, he directed the medical examiner's field agent to see if the body's eyeballs were intact. When they discovered that the body had no eyeballs, they realized they were dealing with the same killer. During the autopsy of Shirley Williams, the medical examiner found the broken tip of an X-Acto blade embedded in her right eye socket. It was clear that the eyeball killer was in a rush this time. She also had a broken nose, facial bruises, and was shot in the back of the head. However, law enforcement faced an issue with Williams's murder. Due to the publicity of the local killings, the eyeball killer changed his tactics this time. His previous two victims were white sex workers from the Star Motel, but Williams was a woman from a different motel in another city. There was no telling where he would strike again. Charles Albright was targeted as a suspect for the killings when a woman reported to police that he and Mary Pratt were acquainted. Apparently, he was also known among the local prostitutes to have an infatuation with eyes. After several prostitutes came forward saying that Albright had assaulted them, police had reasonable suspicion and could obtain a warrant to search his home. Investigators found a Smith & Wesson .44 Magnum revolver, several X-Acto knives, and a red-stained condom in Albright's residence. They also discovered Nazi literature, books about serial killers, and several dolls with missing eyes. Unfortunately, the gun wasn't a match to the one used in the murders. However, they found hair consistent with Shirley Williams's on his blankets and in his vacuum. Based on this evidence, Charles Albright was placed under arrest. Albright was charged with all three of the eyeball killer murders and Rhonda Bowie's killing, an unsolved case from 1988. The Dallas Ripper trial began on December 2, 1991. Lacking evidence, the prosecution relied heavily on the hair evidence that linked Albright to the three murders. Though DNA evidence also linked him to Rhonda Bowie's murder, the charge was dropped since he had an alibi. Charles Albright was convicted of killing Shirley Williams, the last of the three murdered prostitutes, and sentenced to life in prison. His defense attempted to appeal the charge due to a lack of evidence, but it was overruled. Charles Albright was incarcerated at the John Montford Psychiatric Unit until he died at 87 in 2020. Whether he was the real eyeball killer and was responsible for all three murders is still unknown, but official sources reported that he was fascinated by the human eye until his death. Case 5. Gacy was born March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, to an alcoholic, often abusive World War I veteran and a homemaker. He was one of three children. Gacy was born with a heart defect that made it impossible for him to be active in sports. Therefore, he was an overweight child. He was often the victim of his father's scorn. He reported taking a beating from a razor strop on more than one occasion. As if the beatings weren't enough, Gacy suffered verbal abuse from his father as well. His father told him he was dumb and stupid. Gacy felt he was never good enough for his father. His mother did her best to protect her child from his violent father. This caused his father to call him a mama's boy and a sissy. Gacy's mother knew her son had a heart problem. She did her best to shield him from his angry father. Gacy reports being hospitalized for much of his life from the ages of 14 to 18 due to a mysterious seizure causing illness and a ruptured appendix. In a John Wayne Gacy interview, he reports his father's verbal abuse while sick in a hospital bed. According to Gacy, his father accused him of faking it. Signs of trouble were present during Gacy's childhood. When he was 6, Gacy stole a truck from a store. His mother forced him to take it back and apologize. His father beat him for it. When Gacy was 7, he and another boy were accused of molesting a young girl. This earned him a beating with the trusty razor strop. Also during his 7th year, Gacy was molested by a family friend. Instead of telling his parents, he suffered this in silence out of fear of being blamed for the act by his hateful father. The most telling sign of something amiss with Gacy takes place around 1962, after he left his abusive home for Las Vegas. In the Desert City, John Wayne Gacy took a job as a mortuary assistant. In a later interview, Gacy recalls sleeping behind the embalming room. He tells of a night where he decided to climb inside the coffin of a teenage male and spent some time cuddled up with the body before disgust took over and forced him out. John Wayne Gacy was a man of many faces. Before giving in to his murderous instincts, he played a role in multiple community organizations. He became an assistant precinct captain for his local Democratic Party candidate. Gacy once said he hoped this decision would gain some acceptance from his father. Instead, his father called him a patsy. After his short stint as a mortuary assistant, Gacy returned home to Illinois to attend Northwest Business College and graduated in 1963. Not too much time passed before Gacy met his first wife, Marlon Myers. After a brief courtship, the couple married and moved to Waterloo, Iowa. Marlon's father purchased 3 Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in the area, and Gacy became the manager. It was in Waterloo where John Wayne Gacy first joined the JCs, an organization that teaches leadership and offers civic opportunities for their members. Gacy quickly became vice president. At this point in his life, Gacy appeared to be an upstanding member of society. But things weren't all they seemed. The JCs had a bit of a dark side. Some members took part in prostitution, wife swapping, and rampant drug use. Gacy was involved in all of this. He went as far as to open a club in his basement where young people, especially boys, could be plied with alcohol and drugs. In what appears to be a step towards the dark side Gacy will eventually inhabit, Gacy would make sexual advances aimed at the teenage boys who worked for him and came to his basement club. When the boys refused him, Gacy played it off like it was a joke. This activity is a clear foreshadowing of the darkness to come at the hands of John Wayne Gacy. In 1967, John Wayne Gacy is enjoying a normal, successful life in Waterloo, Iowa. He managed 3 KFC restaurants. He is the vice president of the local JCs. His wife has given him 2 children. He has even gained some respect from his hardened and cold father. All this wasn't enough to keep Gacy's darkness at bay. John Wayne Gacy's first victim was a 15-year-old son of a fellow JC member named Daniel Voorhees. Gacy had plied him with alcohol and forced the boy to perform oral sex. Several other young boys were assaulted by Gacy around this time. Sometimes Gacy would tell the boys they were part of a science experiment, paying some of them $50. Voorhees notified his father of the assault. Gacy was arrested for the assault of Voorhees, as well as the attempted assault of another 16-year-old boy. Gacy denied any wrongdoing and even requested a polygraph test, which showed his nervousness when denying the assaults. Gacy went as far as to say the assault accusations were politically motivated by a power-hungry member of the JCs. An indictment was handed down in the case brought about by Voorhees against Gacy in 1968. In an attempt to get out of the charges against him, Gacy paid an employee to attack Voorhees and convince him not to testify. For $300, Russell Schroeder attacked Voorhees, sprayed him in the face with mace, and beat him, all while yelling at Voorhees not to testify against Gacy. Voorhees escaped and went on to testify. Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years. Gacy's wife filed for divorce, won, and Gacy never saw her or their children again. Not surprisingly, Gacy thrived in prison. He was said to have been a model prisoner. He became the head cook and eventually joined the prison's JC's chapter. He undertook projects to enhance the lives of prisoners, going as far as to get a pay increase for the inmates. After serving 18 months of his 10-year sentence, Gacy was released on parole. After his stint in prison, Gacy purchased a house at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue in Cook County, Iowa. This is the house where most of his murders took place. He reunited with Carol Hoff, a woman he had dated in high school. They eventually married, and Hoff and her 2 children moved into the Summerdale house with John Wayne Gacy. Gacy started his own construction company named PDM. Like other parts of Gacy's life, the construction business agreed with him. He found some moderate success. And once again, this success wasn't enough to keep John Wayne Gacy from straying into the darkness. In 1973, during a business trip to look into the purchase of property in Florida, Gacy attacked a young employee in their hotel room. After the rape, the employee spent the night on the beach, refusing to share the room after Gacy's actions. After returning home, the boy waited for and beat him. Gacy's mother-in-law stepped in. Gacy told his wife the young boy was upset because he refused to pay the boy for bad work. Gacy was once again active in his community. He worked for the Democratic Party. He was appointed the director of the Polish Constitution Day parade in Chicago. He served in this office for 3 years. It was during this time that he had his picture taken with First Lady Rosalind Carter. He joined the Moose Club. He even joined the Jolly Joker Clown Club. This is where he came up with his characters Pogo and Patches the Clown. He performed at Democratic parties, community events, and even children's hospitals. It has been noted that by keeping the sharp corners used in the drawing of the mouth of his clown face, Gacy went against the traditional soft lines that were thought to not be so scary to children. Even Gacy's clown was scary. His first murder could have been a misunderstanding. In 1972, Gacy picked up 16-year-old Timothy Jack McCoy from the local Greyhound terminal. He took him sightseeing around the city, and offered to let him spend the night with promises to take him to the bus terminal in the morning. Gacy woke up to find McCoy standing with a knife raised above his head. Gacy tackled McCoy, eventually killing him. Gacy buried McCoy in his crawl space, under a layer of concrete. After killing the boy, Gacy said he walked into the kitchen to find breakfast laid out and an uncut slab of bacon. Chances are, the boy was merely coming to wake Gacy for breakfast while accidentally holding the knife in what Gacy perceived to be a threatening manner. In an interview after his arrest, Gacy is quoted as saying he enjoyed a mind-numbing orgasm during the killing. The experience opened the door for more killings, Gacy always seeking that initial thrill. Gacy honed his murderous skills while working long hours to expand his construction company. In 1975, John Wayne Gacy was working 12 to 16 hours days, and then spent what little free time available cruising for men. That's the phrase he used to describe his driving around and picking up young boys to torture and murder. John Wayne Gacy developed techniques to make subduing and killing easier for him. And really, the scale Gacy was killing required a skilled technique. The handcuff trick involved getting his intended victim to willingly place the handcuffs on themselves. The handcuff trick involved plying a young boy with drugs or alcohol, and then employing his clown tricks to get the victim handcuffed and unable to fight back. The rope trip came next. This simply involved Gacy using a rope as a makeshift tourniquet to strangle his victims. Perhaps it was Gacy's constant absence that led to Carol asking for a divorce. Maybe it was an argument. Either way, the couple agreed to a divorce in 1976. The reason listed for the divorce was Gacy's infidelities with other women. Gacy had been actively killing young boys in the house he shared with Carol and her daughters since 1972. With the divorce and Carol moving out, Gacy was left to his own devices. It is reported that John Wayne Gacy tried to stay active in the community, but neighbors talked about changes in his activities and personality. Neighbors reported Gacy leaving at odd hours of the night, lights turning on and off, and one neighbor reported hearing screams and sounds of suffering coming from the Gacy home in the night. Between the years of 1976 and 1978, Gacy confessed to murdering 23 teenage boys and then burying them in the crawl space beneath his house. He had young male employees of his construction company dig trenches in the crawl space. Some reported spreading lime. Lime is known to help with decomposition. In 1978, Gacy ran into a problem. His crawl space was full. Although he dug trenches and stacked bodies, sometimes 3 deep, there was no room left for any more victims. At this point in his spree, Gacy began dumping bodies along the Des Plaines River. One victim was left for dead and actually survived. Although Jeffrey Rignall survived, he couldn't place Gacy as his attacker. John Wayne Gacy couldn't keep this killing pace up forever. Eventually, he was going to make a mistake, some careless move, and that would lead to his end. At a visit to a local pharmacy, Gacy offered 15-year-old Robert Piest a job that paid better than his current job at the pharmacy. Piest informed his mother of the job offer and headed off to meet Gacy. When Piest failed to return home, his mother filed a missing person report. Gacy denied meeting with Piest, however. He was seen at the pharmacy offering Piest a job by more than one witness. The Piest investigation led to Rignall's tale of Gacy's violence, as well as other witnesses to Gacy's actions. He was placed under constant surveillance. He grew so comfortable with the surveillance teams that he turned it into a game. He even offered them breakfast at one point. He went as far as to tell the detectives over breakfast, "You know, clowns can get away with murder." The constant surveillance began to really wear on Gacy. He had his lawyer prepare a civil suit against the Des Plaines police to get them to stop their ceaseless monitoring. Eventually, the detectives came knocking on Gacy's door. During the first search, nothing of note was found. During the second search, a detective noticed a smell coming from air ducts that could have been the smell of rotting corpses. The only thing that could explain this discrepancy was that the air was cooler during the first visit. Once the air had time to warm up, the smell was very much present. On the morning of December 22, 1978, Gacy, tired of the constant surveillance and beginning to come apart at the ends, sat down with detectives to tell his tale. Gacy told of cruising for young boys he referred to as prostitutes, liars, and hustlers. He would often pick them up at bus stations. Gacy would take them home to his 8213 West Somerdale home, where he would bound them with handcuffs and strangle them. With some victims, Gacy would partially drown them in the bathtub before reviving them to begin the torture all over again. Did you know we sell awesome limited edition apparel? Check out our huge selection of serial killer shirts here, or read on for more. He admitted to stacking bodies in his crawl space. Gacy went as far as to provide a hand-drawn sketch of the placement of the 23 bodies buried beneath his house. Detectives were already aware of this fact thanks to a search warrant. When detectives went to search Gacy's home, they found a flooded crawl space and a broken sump pump. After replacing the broken part, detectives simply waited for the water to drain. They were then met with soaking wet, purified flesh. The trial against John Wayne Gacy began on February 6, 1980. He was charged with the murder of 33 young men. Gacy's defense predictably entered a not guilty by reasons of insanity plea. He spent countless hours being interviewed and screened by psychiatrists. Psychiatrists working for the defense found Gacy to be suffering from paranoid schizophrenia. The prosecution claimed the premeditation of Gacy's crimes proved he was in his right mind at the time he committed his crimes. Both the defense and prosecution presented their cases for and against Gacy. On March 12, 1980, with the jury spending less than 2 hours in deliberation, they found Gacy guilty of 33 murders, sexual assault, and indecent liberties with a child. The jury spent a little more than 2 hours deciding the fate of John Wayne Gacy. The jury came back with 12 death sentences to be carried out June 2, 1980. During Gacy's 15-year incarceration on death row at Menard Correctional Center in Chester, Illinois, he kept busy by filing appeals and giving interviews. John Wayne Gacy filed appeals arguing that he did not agree with his lawyer entering a plea of insanity during the trial. He claimed he was merely an accomplice, and the police did not do enough to find the real killers. He appealed all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States to no avail. The death penalty stood. During a 5-part interview with Walter Jacobson with Channel 2 News, Gacy vehemently denies the killings. The video of this interview displays a man who is prone to rambling. He comes across as cagey. He very much wants the public to know his story, although this is a completely new story than the one he told detectives 13 years before during his confession. Gacy begins the interview with some classic examples of victim blaming. During his original confession, he referred to his victims as male prostitutes, hustlers, and liars. He builds on this during the Channel 2 interview 13 years later. Gacy said the media portrays the dead boys as altar boys, picked up from the street, and I swatted them like flies. This was Gacy's way of blaming the victims, saying if they weren't runaways, they wouldn't have been out there to be killed. Later in the interview, Gacy says there are more single parents now because of a breakdown in the church. This breakdown of the church and the single parents caused these boys to run away looking for love. Gacy denies committing the murders multiple times and multiple ways throughout the interview. He talks about being on the maximum amount of truth serum for 5.5 hours, so surely he would have remembered killing all those young men. There is in fact zero evidence of Gacy being administered any sort of truth serum. Gacy does admit to having knowledge of the murders, saying he was forced to bury them for someone else. He said if the police did their job right, there would be 4 indictments in this case instead of just the one. He makes it clear that he believes the police set him up. The irony of Gacy's words during this recorded interview is nothing short of rich. At one point, he calls himself a loving father, unable to ever hit his children, a caring father who was the complete opposite of his own father. The fact that he harmed these 33 young boys is not lost on the viewer. In an especially chilling point of the interview, Gacy displays how his rope trick worked. He claims the tourniquet knot is the only knot he remembers learning from Boy Scouts. Nearly every body found in his basement was killed via strangulation, using the exact tourniquet knot he shows Walter Jacobson. But obviously, Gacy still denies having any part in the killings. During his stay on death row, Gacy became a bit of an artist. He shows some of his work during his interview with Channel 2's Walter Jacobson. Much of John Wayne Gacy's artwork involved his clown personas. Gacy named one of these pieces 33 Flavors Clown, in a nod to the ice cream chain. He said he once worked with both in his construction business, as well as performing as a clown. Remember, Gacy killed 33 young boys. The irony cannot be missed. His artwork ranges from dark and twisted to more childlike and even peaceful. His most peaceful work was named Lou Jacobs. It appears to be nothing more than a nice painting of a clown. Gacy explores his dark side with paintings such as Sex Skull. This features a skull made up of phallic symbols and naked bodies of both men and women. The teeth in this painting are nothing short of haunting. In a series of paintings featuring the 7 dwarfs made famous by Walt Disney, Gacy appears to explore what was lost in his childhood due to his overbearing father. Gacy was commissioned by rock bands to make paintings as dark as they perhaps aspired to be. After he was put to death, many of his paintings were purchased, some by victims' families, only to be burned in a bonfire. His paintings still fetch a good price when they go up for sale today. During his trial and subsequent interviews, Gacy had a lot to say. Much like his artwork, Gacy's quotes cover a range of topics, from his proclaimed innocence to darker, almost confessions. Here are a few, especially memorable John Wayne Gacy quotes. "The dead won't bother you, it's the living you have to worry about. I don't remember killing anyone. I could have done it without knowing it. I am not sure if I did it. The only thing they can get me for is running a funeral parlor without a license. There was no smell. Over the years' time other than when it rained, the musty odor was present. People were in and out of that house daily for years. And other than when it rained, there was no odor, and certainly not like what some of the books said. That's all fantasy. If that odor was there, somebody would have noticed it sooner. I would definitely not be homosexual. I have nothing against what they do, and I don't deny that I've engaged in sex with males, but that I'm bisexual. The idea that I'm a homosexual thrill killer, that I stroll down the streets and stalk young boys and slaughter them. Hell, if you could see my schedule, my work schedule, you knew damn well that I was never out there." Summary: John Wayne Gacy's crimes made him one of the most prolific serial killers of our time. In his younger days, he seemed to try to fight his demons and be a family man, an upstanding member of society. As much as he tried, his darkness still took over. He is responsible for taking the lives of 33 young men. 6 victims remain unidentified today. Gacy's reign of terror made an impression on pop culture that remains to this day. Case 6. Charles Manson was born Charles Millis Maddox on November 12, 1934, in Cincinnati, Ohio. His mother, Kathleen Maddox, was only 16-year-old at the time of giving birth, and was living as a transient after running away from home a year before. Manson's father, while the subject of much speculation, was eventually confirmed to be a 24-year-old laborer from Kentucky, known as Colonel Scott. Scott was known as a local con artist, and when Kathleen informed Scott of her pregnancy, Scott disappeared on military business and never returned. Kathleen supported herself through sex work, but by all accounts was an incompetent mother. She married a man named William Manson, and after being sent to prison for armed robbery, Charles was taken in by a number of relatives. Charles dropped the Maddox name and assumed Manson instead. Young Charlie suffered through extensive abuse at the hands of those who took him in, and by age 9, he'd already dropped out of school and resorted to stealing. His life echoed that of his mother's, transient, reckless, and one substantiated by a growing list of petty crimes. Manson's resume of offenses grew throughout his teenage years. By 13, he'd added grand theft auto to the list, which resulted in a stay at a reform school. Armed robbery resulted in a similar punishment, to which Charlie later claimed that other prisoners would regularly rape and beat him due to his small stature. Following numerous escape attempts and a staggering number of violent acts, Manson was transferred to a high-security facility for more extensive supervision. Amazingly, Charlie became a model prisoner inside and was released on parole at age 19. Shortly after his release, Charlie met his future wife, a 17-year-old waitress named Rosalie Willis. The two escaped to California in a stolen vehicle, and it wasn't long because Charles Manson Jr. was brought into the world. But before long, Manson returned to his life of crime, stealing vehicles around California and shopping them into shady garages for cash. The authorities soon caught up with Manson, and during a 3-year tenure at Terminal Island Prison in San Pedro, California, Rosalie filed for divorce. In 1958, Charlie was released from jail and became a pimp, utilizing the sexual services of young girls around California. Manson was continually busted, including being caught for cashing a forged treasury check. This resulted in a 10-year sentence at McNeil Island Penitentiary in Washington. It was here that Manson's love of music began to grow. He learned to play the guitar in prison, and soon developed an inflated sense of his own musical ability. Once released, Manson claimed, he would release an album and be bigger than the Beatles. As later proven, Charlie harbored a deep obsession with the Beatles, and invented his own twisted take into their lyrics and song meanings. In June 1966, Manson was set up for early release from prison. Now at 32 years old, he'd spent around half of his life in prison. He asked officials if it was possible for him to stay behind bars, but his unusual request was refused. Manson was released out into San Francisco with a few dollars in his pocket and dreams of becoming a successful musician. Armed with his guitar and a sack full of drugs, Charlie began to attract the attention of the more lost and downtrodden members of the California population. The first woman to fall under Manson's spell was a librarian named Mary Brunner, who invited Manson to move in with her to her San Francisco apartment. Within months, Brunner was taken by Manson's charisma and his generous offering of narcotics, and so quit her job to spend all day alongside him. Manson convinced Brunner to invite more girls to her apartment, and shortly after, Manson and Brunner had 18 young women living in their home. One of these girls was future Manson family mainstay Lynette From. Most of the girls were from troubled backgrounds, abuse victims, runaways, addicts. They found solace in each other, as well as in Manson's guru-like prophesies and his endless supply of drugs, booze, and sex. Charlie was able to apply the manipulation tactics he'd learned behind bars to bend these women to his will. By late 1968, Manson believed that his family had outgrown San Francisco, and so he took a select few family members and made the trip down to Southern California to set up somewhere with more space. Through his former prison friend, Gary Hinman, Manson made acquaintance with Dennis Wilson of Beach Boys fame. Wilson not only recorded one of Manson's songs, but Wilson was also mightily impressed with the sway Manson had over his harem of women. Through this relationship, Manson and his family members were invited to luxurious, celebrity-filled bashes in the Hollywood Hills. Wilson allowed the whole Manson family to stay at his Hollywood mansion, where Manson was given access to all the drugs, drink, and groupies he could ever want. But this relationship was short-lived, as Wilson's manager became concerned about Manson's influence. Manson and his women were ordered out of the mansion, and so the celebrity lifestyle the family had become accustomed to was brought to an end. Furthermore, Manson had met high-profile music producer Terry Melcher, son of actress Doris Day, through Wilson, and Manson believed it was his way into the music industry. However, Melcher immediately rejected Manson, leaving him devastated. Blacklisted from Hollywood and back to a life of crime, the Manson family moved to the abandoned Spahn Ranch near Fernando Valley, California. This would remain their cult compound for the rest of their free lives. Here, they continued their hedonistic pursuits, stealing valuables by day and getting high by night. Manson had recruited a number of loyal followers, including some male members to his family. His followers included Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, Charles Tex Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian. Manson's delusions also began to grow. Each night, he would sit around a campfire reciting Bible passages to his followers. Stranger yet, he would preach his interpretations of Beatles' song lyrics, believing that all their songs had hidden meanings, some of which were directed at the Manson family themselves. The one song Manson was particularly obsessed with was Helter Skelter, off the newly released White Album. Charles Manson's interpretation of the lyrics was that it foretold an upcoming race war between blacks and whites. Manson believed black people would win this war, and then would elect Manson as god of their new world. Manson waited for this upcoming war to rear its head, believing it would come in the summer of 1969, but nothing happened. Therefore, he decided he would take matters into his own hands and kick-start this revolution himself. He'd do this, he decided, by murdering high-profile individuals and blaming it on the Black Panther political party. In the process of these senseless killings, Manson also realized he could simultaneously exact vengeance on a few people who had wronged him in the past. The first of these unfortunate people was Gary Hinman, the same man who'd connected Manson with music producer Terry Melcher. Manson had heard that Hinman had recently acquired a windfall, and Manson wanted to steal it. Therefore, he ordered his followers to invade Hinman's home and demand the money. They did exactly that on July 25, 1969, but Hinman refused to hand over the cash. Manson arrived after learning of Hinman's refusal, then sliced his ear off with a sword. Afterward, he ordered his followers to kill Hinman. They stabbed him to death, then left a bloody panther print on the wall of his home. The next target of Charlie's wrath was Terry Melcher himself, the producer who'd rejected his music proposals. On August 8, 1969, Manson ordered followers Linda Kasabian, Patricia Krenwinkel, Susan Atkins, and Tex Watson to Melcher's home. Manson's instructions were to destroy everyone inside, making it as gruesome as possible. But when Manson's family arrived at Melcher's home, they discovered he didn't live there anymore. The house was being leased by film director Roman Polanski and his wife Sharon Tate. who at the time was 8 months pregnant. Polanski was in Europe at the time on business. On the night of her death, Tate was entertaining 4 guests: celebrity stylist Jay Sebring, coffee heiress Abigail Folger, Wojciech Frykowski, and Stephen Parent. The Manson family arrived at the residence around midnight, first cutting the telephone wire, then ambushing the first victim, Stephen Parent, as he arrived at the property in his car. Linda Kasabian kept watch while the other Manson family members invaded the home. They gathered the occupants together in the lounge, with Watson first shooting and stabbing Sebring to death. An altercation followed with Frykowski, to which Watson shot him twice in the back. Meanwhile, Folger had escaped outside, but Patricia Krenwinkel chased her down and stabbed her. Lastly was the pregnant Sharon Tate. Watson bound her with rope, then stabbed her until both she and her baby were dead. Before leaving, they wrote the word pig on the wall in blood. The next night, the Manson family killed again. The target this time was Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. Leno was a supermarket executive and Rosemary was a dress shop owner. This time, Manson was present for the murder, although his role in them is subject to speculation. Some reports state that the cult leader refused to enter the home until Leno and Rosemary were restrained. Others state he was inside for the whole thing. After invading their home, Manson ordered each of his girls to play a part in the victims' deaths. They all did, stabbing Leno and Rosemary repeatedly. One of the followers carved war into Leno's stomach, while Krenwinkel wrote RSE and Death to Pigs on the wall. Hollywood was on high alert after the killings reached the news. Police were desperate to make headway, but found no solid evidence at any of the crime scenes. But around 2 months later, in October 1969, police linked the killing of Hinman to Tate LaBianca murders. Their investigation led them to Spawn Ranch, but once again, a lack of evidence prevented them from making any arrests. However, the same month, 24 Manson family members were arrested on grand theft charges after stealing VW Beetles and converting them into dune buggies. They were taken into custody, and it was only a matter of time before one of them accidentally let spill about their involvement with the recent murders. That person was Susan Atkins. She boasted to someone in her jail that she'd been the one to kill actress Sharon Tate. She claimed she was the one who did it, but that it was all Charles Manson's plan. Officers soon pieced together the evidence based on the new information. They found one of Patricia Krenwinkel's fingerprints at the crime scene, essentially implicating the entire Manson family. More evidence soon surfaced, including Atkins's knife and Watson's service revolver. The Manson family were sent to trial for the Tate LaBianca murders. The defendants were Charles Millis Manson, Leslie Van Houten, Susan Atkins, and Patricia Krenwinkel. Tex Watson was tried separately. The trial started on July 15, 1970. Manson regularly appeared in shabby clothing, and later arrived with an X carved into his forehead. While their guilt was determined, the jury deliberated on what punishment the defendants should receive. Atkins, Van Houten, and Krenwinkel all testified that Charlie didn't carry out any killings himself, which was true. However, his influence could not be understated. Therefore, they found Manson, Krenwinkel, and Atkins guilty of first-degree murder in all 7 of the Tate and LaBianca killings. They found Van Houten guilty of murder in the first degree in the LaBianca killings. On March 29, 1971, all 4 were sentenced to death. 3 years later, this was commuted to life imprisonment following the recently abolished death penalty in California. Despite his horrific actions, Charles Manson remains something of a cultural icon, even 4 decades on from his crimes. Charlie has become the poster child for counterculture, someone for the hippies and weirdos of the world to latch onto and even celebrate. The world's obsession with Manson is as prevalent as ever, perhaps even more so in our politically and economically divided times. But once again, this is Manson's manipulation tactics at work, but this time not just on his followers but on the general public. The impression that Manson was a free love-preaching hippie is highly misleading. Manson wasn't an outsider or a rogue product of 60s hippie movement. He was a manipulator and a con man who abused the elements of hippie counterculture to worm his way to wealth and power. The narrative of Manson's mythical status has since diminished since his incarceration. Behind his erratic behavior and his nonsensical ramblings, there's a mundane, exploitative narcissist who abused women and used drugs as a bargaining tool to gain prominence. Charles Manson moved through various prison systems during his life imprisonment. He spent many years at the famous San Quentin prison in California, being housed in Corcoran for the remainder of his sentence. On November 15, 2017, Manson was rushed to a hospital in Bakersfield, California, allegedly suffering from gastrointestinal bleeding. 2 days later, on November 19, Charles Manson passed away. His ashes were scattered on an undisclosed California hillside. Case 7. Harold Frederick Shipman, born in 1946 in Nottingham, England, had a troubled childhood. His mother, Vera, was overbearing and dominant and dictated everything about her son's life. Although Shipman was highly intelligent as a youngster, he suffered socially, struggling to make friends right through until the end of high school. He achieved good grades and became an accomplished athlete during his school years, but his social circle was sorely lacking. The only friends he truly had was his mother and sister. Despite her domineering personality, Shipman idolized his mother. She was the one who told him he was better than others and destined for great things once his school days were over. When Shipman was a teenager, his mother was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Each day after school, Shipman would return home to sit at his mother's side and talk to her to ease her emotional pain. Vera's physical pain relief, however, would only come when the family doctor administered high doses of morphine into her system. Shipman watched in fascination as his mother slipped from agony into a state of bliss, grimly echoing the acts Shipman later carried out on a mass scale. Shipman's mother eventually passed away on June 21, 1963, leaving her son alone and heartbroken. At age 19, Shipman began studying medicine at Leeds University. Around this time he met his future wife, Primrose May Oxtoby. Primrose was the only woman Shipman was ever with throughout his whole life. They married in 1966 and went on to have 4 children together. Primrose stayed by Shipman's side, even after the damning evidence of his guilt was discovered. She maintained that her husband was an innocent man. In 1974, Shipman began working as a doctor and gained a reputation as a respected community doctor. But only a year later, he was caught forging prescriptions of pethidine, a painkiller similar to morphine, for his own use. He was fired from his position and sent to a drug rehabilitation center. Despite the lasting effects of this forgery on his record, Shipman was back working as a doctor 2 years later in Hyde, Manchester. How quickly he was able to do this, given that he was now widely known as a fraudulent professional, is evidence of his ability to manipulate others into believing his innocence. It wasn't long before he was back to being the respected community doctor he once was. For the next 23 years, Harold Shipman carried out a killing spree the likes of which are unparalleled in the annals of true crime, amassing somewhere in the region of 250 victims, a number similar to prolific serial killer Albert Fish. By night, he was a loving and devoted husband who raised 4 perfect children. But by day, he was a cruel and scheming killer, hiding his murderous desires behind the guise of the friendly neighborhood doctor. In 1998, a local undertaker named Alan Massey noticed that Shipman's patients were dying at an alarming rate. Massey was the person responsible for transporting the bodies of Shipman's victims from their homes, and quite often, he noticed things that didn't add up. Many of the patients were healthy and suffered no severe illnesses, so he couldn't understand why Shipman supplied them with such massive amounts of morphine. Massey confronted Shipman about it, but Shipman showed Massey each patient's certificate book which prescribed them morphine. However, these records weren't authentic. The death of Kathleen Grundy on June 24, 1998 would be the turning point for Shipman. Kathleen was discovered dead on her sofa by friends, and it came to light that Shipman had been with her only hours before she passed away. Shipman's excuse for being with Kathleen was he was taking blood samples for medical research. He also told Kathleen's daughter, Angela Woodruff, that an autopsy wasn't required to determine how she died. But even more bizarrely, Angela's solicitor later informed her that Kathleen had recently submitted her last will and testament, and in the will, Kathleen had left the considerable sum of £386,000 to Dr. Shipman. Angela became suspicious. Why would her mother leave such a large amount of money to a doctor she barely knew and hardly visited? Angela located the written document itself and found many errors. It was badly typed, and the signature didn't match her mother's. Angela informed the police of what she'd found. Police investigated Shipman under the belief he was forging documents, but what they discovered was much more horrifying. Shipman's home and office were searched, and police found pieces of women's jewelry, discarded medical records, and most importantly, a typewriter that matched the typeface and layout of the Kathleen Grundy's alleged will and testament. After speaking to the families of the recently deceased patients under Shipman's care, It came to light that Shipman had advised the families to cremate the bodies of their loved ones and to not request any further investigation regarding their deaths. But even if a family member did request further details, Shipman had already falsified all of his patients' medical records to justify the doses of morphine he injected into them. Despite Shipman's grandiose sense of superiority, one area he was not covertly skilled in was with computers. Although he claimed he was a computer expert, it would be his falsifying of documents which would lead to the discovery of his previous victims. Shipman was unaware that every change he made to his patient's medical history was logged on his hard drive with specific details and timestamps. Damning evidence was discovered that revealed Shipman had killed at least 15 of his patients by injecting them with fatal levels of morphine. The police confronted him with this information, but Shipman refused to cooperate and simply denied all claims. No one could believe that the mild-mannered local doctor had so cruelly taken the lives of 15 people who trusted him. Just this figure alone is enough to make Shipman one of the worst serial killers in British history, but after further investigation, it was discovered that Shipman's murders went right back to 1975. Between the years of 1971 and 1998, a total of 459 patients had died under Shipman's care. Accounting for natural deaths, this was an additional 250 deaths when compared to other doctors. The numbers were abnormally high, dating back to his very first year working as a doctor. During police interrogation, Shipman closed his eyes and remained silent, refusing to look at pictures of his victims or speak to any officers. However, in this chilling interview footage, Shipman can be seen holding his breath when the name of one of his victims is mentioned. The officer presents a picture of Elizabeth Pierce, one of the first victims to Shipman. He then doesn't take a breath for 9 seconds, 5 seconds longer than his baseline breathing rate. Psychologists saw this as a big indicator that the name Elizabeth Pierce was important to him. Shipman protested in his innocence all the way through his trial and has never confessed to anything. The reason why he killed is not truly understood. He is, by all accounts, a unique serial killer. His crimes involved no violence, no sadism, and no toying with his victims prior to death. Shipman's superiority complex was well documented by friends and colleagues, so the most probable reason for his murders was that he enjoyed playing God. Taking the lives of his victims inside their own homes was another way of him asserting his dominance over them. Another theory is that Shipman was recreating the death scene of his own mother over and over again. After all, she died in the exact same way as all of his victims did. Shipman was perhaps trying to come to terms with an incident of his childhood, which he never fully recovered from. Even stranger still is the fact that Shipman went to great lengths to forge a fake will, something he hadn't done before. If the will was executed, it would have awarded Shipman a significant amount of money. But Shipman already been working as a doctor for almost 30 years and had amassed considerable wealth. Shipman's wife, Primrose, stood by Shipman's side throughout his trial and even after his conviction. In 2004, Primrose wrote Shipman a letter saying, "Tell me everything, no matter what." Whether Shipman revealed the truth to her is unknown, but he maintained his innocence right up until his last day. In 2002, the made-for-TV movie Dr. Death was released, chronicling the life and crimes of the now infamous serial killer. In August 2019, it was announced that a new BBC 4 documentary of Shipman's life is in the works, which will feature interviews with family members who've never spoken publicly before. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was found guilty of 15 accounts of murder and 1 charge of forgery. His prison sentence was a total of 15 life sentences plus 4 years. Shipman was to spend the rest of his life in jail. However, the rest of his life would only be another 4 years. In January 2004, Harold Shipman committed suicide in his cell at Wakefield Prison. He had shown no previous signs of suicidal tendencies, so he was not considered to be at risk. Shipman's suicide perfectly embodies the deception he was capable of. It was a final insult to the families of his victims. Case 8. Pedro Lopez, known as the Monster of the Andes, was nothing like the stereotypical pop culture depiction of criminals from South America. Neither charming or possessing the outlandish style of Colombian drug lord, Lopez murdered and raped up to 300 young girls in Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador. From 1978 to 1980, Lopez strangled his way through the Andes, becoming a nightmare for young girls and parents across the region. Lopez's life combined dysfunction, poverty, and violence to breed someone known as the Monster of the Andes. Pedro Lopez was born on October 8, 1948 in Santa Isabel, Colombia. During this time, Colombia was in the first year of a civil war that would last another decade. Lopez's father was killed in the war when his mother, Belinda, was 3 months pregnant with him. Belinda, a sex worker, had 13 children. Lopez was polite as a child and wanted to be a teacher. Lopez later recalled that his mother was abusive. When he was 8 years old, his mother caught him molesting his younger sister. He later said, "My mother threw me out when I was 8 after she caught me touching my sister's breasts. She took me to the edge of town, but I found my way home again." When Lopez returned home, his mother took him on a bus to Bogotá, Colombia, where she dropped him off over 200 miles away from home. By abandoning him, Lopez's mother put fuel on the future serial killer fire. His female victim profile goes back to his troubled relationship with this mother. Yet another check mark on the serial killer bingo card. Their strained relationship made him distrustful of women. He saw his mother as the source for all the suffering and heartaches in his life. Lopez claimed he did not like to talk to grown women or have sex with them. Instead, he used pornography to meet any of his needs for sexual contact with adult women. While in Colombia, Lopez joined a street gang of homeless children called gamines. During this time, Lopez started smoking bazuco, made from leftover cocaine paste. Tony Montana ain't got nothing on the gamines. While living on the streets, the young Lopez was picked up by a man who took him to an empty home and repeatedly sodomized him. When Pedro Lopez was 12, he was taken in by an American family and enrolled him in a school for orphans. Lopez stole money and ran away from the school after a male teacher allegedly molested him. After Lopez fled the school, he found himself yet again living on the streets. When the money he took from the school ran out, Lopez supported himself by stealing cars and selling the parts to local chop shops. In 1966, Lopez ended up behind bars with a 3-year sentence in a Colombian prison. On his second day in prison, Lopez was gang raped by 4 older inmates, something that is all too common in male-populated prisons as dominance and control within relations among prisoners. Lopez did not report the crime, but enacted his own form future serial killer justice insert law and order theme soundbite. In the weeks following the attack on Lopez, he fashioned a prison shank and slit the throats of 3 of the assailants over the next few weeks. Lopez received an additional 2 years added to his sentence for the murders. However, some sources say that Lopez did not receive the extra 2 years on his sentence, and that he was not suspected of the 3 murders. Based on his release in 1969, it is likely that he was not given the additional time. Not unlike other serial killers, he gave an interview while incarcerated. Often, serial killers enjoy talking about themselves at length, further feeding their narcissism. The monster of the Andes was no different. In 1992, Lopez was interviewed by Ron Leitner, a correspondent from the National Examiner. Given access to the monster's lair, Leitner's interview gave an insight into this killer no one had seen before, including information about his early life. He told Leitner he was subjected to sexual acts at a young age that had a lasting impression on him. In a rare moment of self-awareness, Lopez admitted why chose the victims he did. Pedro Lopez is quoted as saying, "I lost my innocence at age 8, so I decided to do the same to as many young girls as I could." Upon his release from prison, Lopez ended up in Peru, where he began his career as the monster of the Andes. Starting a pattern of evasion from records and authorities, Lopez made his way to Peru, where his series of murders began. Lopez started stalking and murdering young girls. Like many other serial killers, Lopez preyed on girls from lower socioeconomic classes. He would lure them to remote areas where he would rape, murder, and mutilate them and then dump their bodies. By 1978, less than a decade after his initial release from prison, Lopez later estimated that he had murdered at least 100 young girls in Peru alone. While in these remote areas of Peru, Lopez soon discovered an even easier victim to target: young girls from the native tribes in the region. The sparsely populated areas where these tribes lived were far away from the police and any form of justice. At least that's what Lopez thought. During an attempt to kidnap and then murder another victim, the Ayachucos, a tribe native to northern Peru, captured Lopez. The rules of tribal law dictated that anyone caught committing such a crime would receive a death sentence. Form of punishment? Being buried alive. Metal AF. The tribe stripped Lopez nude, beat him, and buried him up to his neck. He later said of the experience, "They had placed syrup on me and were going to let me be eaten by ants. Still metal AF." Before tribal justice was served, a Christian missionary from the United States convinced the tribe to release Lopez and turn him over to the Peruvian police. Not metal, Lopez was turned over to the authorities. The missionary, a female, placed a tied-up Lopez in the back of her Jeep, drove to Colombia, and dropped him off. Lopez said in a later interview that he didn't harm her because she was too old to attract me. Lopez was deported to his native Colombia. Peruvian authorities did not consider the crimes he committed in their country or his past criminal history. Once he was back in Colombia, he spent time traveling between his homeland and Ecuador, where he continued adding victims to his count. Lopez later noted the differences in his victims depending on the country. He said, "I like the girls in Ecuador. They are more gentle and trusting, more innocent." Gross. While in Ecuador, his crimes did not go unnoticed. Hundreds of missing girls were reported, and with little help from the authorities, the victims' families set out to find their missing daughters themselves, with many placing ads in local newspapers. When the authorities took notice as the number of missing girls rose in both Colombia and Ecuador, they suspected it was a part of the growing sex slave trade in the region. Lopez's reign of terror in the Andes would soon end with the help of Mother Nature. In April 1980, a flash flood in Ecuador uncovered the bodies of 4 missing girls. Several days later, Lopez visited a busy market and attempted to kidnap the daughter of a vendor at the market. The vendor, Carlina Ramon, called for help, and a mob of townspeople helped capture the monster who had terrorized their community. Once in custody, Lopez refused to talk. It wasn't until a policeman dressed a priest entered his cell that he confessed. Lopez took authorities to the graves of some of his victims, where police uncovered 57 bodies. Pedro Lopez was charged with 110 murders, but claimed he was responsible for 200. He was found guilty of a measly 57 murders and sentenced to 16 years in prison. The lenient sentence was due to Ecuador's laws at the time. In 1994, Lopez was released from prison for good behavior after serving 14 years. He was deported to Colombia, where police attempted to charge him with another murder. He was declared insane and institutionalized. Only 4 years later, he was declared sane and released after a bail payment of $50. After his release, he went to visit his mother and demanded his inheritance. Spoiler, there wasn't one. Then, he sold her bed and only chair to people on the street. Lopez then disappeared. His whereabouts are unknown. Some reports claim that he ended up in prison again, while others claim he is free. Let's hope he's dead, or maybe he was eaten by one of Pablo Escobar's hippos. Case 9. Lee Chun-jae is often referred to as the Korean Zodiac due to their crimes sharing similarities. However, Lee was actually responsible for more atrocities than the Zodiac by a large margin. For 5 years between 1986 and 1991, he held the city of Hwaseong, South Korea, gripped with fear as more and more women fell victim to his attacks. The killings actually sparked the largest manhunt in the history of South Korea, with a total of over 2 million man-days spent researching, investigating, and interviewing people of interest. By the end of the investigation, police said they'd actually interviewed over 21,000 people, a record which still remains in 2020. To this day, the case remains one of the worst cases of multiple homicide in South Korea. Beginning in September 1986, Lee targeted women who he deemed vulnerable. He would often lurk in the shadows, watching his victims, following them home, and waiting for the right moment to strike. Strangely, Lee had no particular victim type, providing they were female. They ranged between the ages of 13 to 71, killing victims in their 20s, 50s, and 60s. It is believed that Lee targeted women of these particular ages because he was more likely able to overpower them. Lee's first victim was a 71-year-old woman who he blitz-attacked in a field, then strangled her with his bare hands. He killed a total of 10 women in the same manner, usually in public areas, and by strangling them with either his hands or an item of their clothing. His 8th victim, Park Sang-hee, was a 14-year-old schoolgirl who Lee killed while she slept. It was a slight deviation from his usual MO, and it went on to play an important part in Lee's story. Not only did Lee rape the majority of his victims before he killed them, but he was also responsible for 3 times as many attempted rapes between 1986 and 1991. The most probable belief is that rape was Lee's primary goal. As far as records show, the only one of his victims he didn't rape, that we know of, was his first, the 71-year-old. With every subsequent victim, semen was discovered at the crime scene. But not only that, Lee also confessed to further assaults after being caught. By his own admission, he committed anywhere between an additional 30 to 45 attempted rapes. It's unclear how many people escaped and how many he was able to subdue. In September 1989, less than 2 weeks after his first murder, Lee was caught invading a home. He was armed with weapons, although he never used weapons during his murders, and may have been planning on attacking and killing the homeowner. However, Lee was caught by the owner and fought off. Lee was taken in by police and eventually sentenced to 2 years of probation. Lee's similarities with the Zodiac go deeper than simple murder. Much like the Zodiac, the Weizong serial killings went unsolved for over 3 decades. For 33 years, in fact. But forensic DNA tests carried out in 2019 linked Lee with 9 of the murders. It was indisputable evidence, however. Lee protested his innocence, claiming no involvement with the killings. Perhaps they would have remained unsolved had Lee not confessed. Unfortunately for Lee, tracking him down wasn't an issue, as he had already been apprehended due to another crime and was serving a life sentence in Busan prison. As mentioned, Lee's 8th murder, that of 14-year-old Park Sang-hee, is a notable part of his legacy. In 1989, police brought in 22-year-old Yoon Sang-yeo under suspicion of murdering the young girl. Authorities had discovered pubic hair at the scene, which were a partial match for Yoon's, and most incredibly of all, Yoon actually confessed to the murder. Details of Yoon's criminal past are scarce, so it's unclear whether or not Yoon had a history of violent behavior. His confession was believed to have been coerced out of him by investigating officers through methods of torture. Yoon was sentenced to life imprisonment, despite being an innocent man. It wasn't until Lee's confession in 2019 that authorities were forced to review the decision. Yoon eventually served 19 years and 6 months in jail before being released on parole in 2009. In 1993, Lee's wife filed for divorce. Their separation wasn't a mutual decision. Yearning for revenge in any way possible, a month later, Lee invited his wife's 18-year-old sister, whose name has never been released, over to his house. He drugged her, raped her, then strangled her in the same way he had done his previous victims. At this point, Lee hadn't indulged his murderous impulses for 3 years, and if he hadn't have killed his sister-in-law, he may have evaded justice forever. However, this killing would be his undoing. It was his last ever murder. Many serial killers can't help but inject themselves into ongoing investigations of their crimes. Lee was no different. While some murderers do it for egotistical purposes, some do it to alleviate suspicion of their involvement. Lee was likely the latter. Along with his father-in-law, Lee went to the police and reported that the missing sister-in-law may have been abducted. He also offered to join the search for her, but Lee's performance wasn't enough to convince police of his innocence. They were aware of Lee's sketchy history, and only 5 days later, he was arrested. Lee may have incriminated himself during questioning when he asked, "How many years do you serve in prison for rape and murder?" No one had mentioned rape and murder in conjunction with the sister-in-law's disappearance, so this raised police suspicions even further. They eventually coaxed a full confession out of Lee, although he later retracted it, claiming he'd been forced into confessing by police. Regardless, he was sentenced by the court for the rape and murder of his sister-in-law. The punishment was a death sentence, but later reduced to life in prison. South Korean officials still investigated the killings right up until the present day, and in September 2019, they made an incredible discovery. DNA samples from a piece of underwear recovered from one of crime scenes matched Lee's. Then, further inquiry linked Lee to other Weizong murders too. When questioned in prison, Lee initially denied the claims that he was indeed the person behind these infamous crimes. But on October 2, 2019, it was officially announced that South Korean police had found the man responsible for the serial murders. All 10 of the Weizong murders were officially attributed to Lee, with him reportedly having confessed to all of them willingly. This included the significant 8th murder, the one which someone else had already taken the blame for. But more chillingly, Lee confessed to an additional 5 killings, 3 of which took place in Weizong like the others, but 2 occurred in Cheongju, the capital city of the North Chungcheong province. Details of these victims are unknown to the public as the investigation is still ongoing. The revelation that Lee was the Weizong murderer did not paint South Korean police in a good light. Firstly, there was the issue that the person responsible was right in front of them the whole time. They had 10 bodies to work with, and Lee's DNA samples were already on police systems, so it seems odd that they weren't able to make a match for 25 years. Secondly, There was the fact that there were 5 additional killings that went under the police's nose, presumably ones bearing the same MO and committed in the same location. And most importantly, there was the matter of the false confession, allegedly encouraged by investigating officers. Authorities stated that Lee elaborately and coherently explained the murder in detail, therefore extinguishing any doubt that he wasn't responsible. Although it's since been confirmed that Lee is indeed the Korean serial killer responsible, due to the number of years which has passed since the murders occurred, no additional time will be added to his sentence. The statute of limitations at the time of the Lee's killings that a person won't be held responsible for first-degree murder if legal proceedings were not initiated within 25 years. Although this law was abolished in 2015, it was not retroactively applied to the Waesong murder case. There has been speculation as to why Lee confessed at all, since Lee's life sentence includes the possibility of parole after 20 years. Furthermore, Lee was reportedly a model prisoner inside Busan jail. He was as a grade 1 inmate, meaning he was calm and respectful to everyone he interacted with. Although the discovery won't add any additional years to his sentence, authorities can possibly use them as justification to refuse parole to Lee. As Lee's story is one of the most infamous in Korean history, his crimes have been adapted to film and TV on numerous occasions. The most famous adaptation is the 2003 film Memories of Murder. While it's not a direct adaptation of Lee's case in full, it uses the Waesong murders as the framework to the story. Case 10. Clarnell Elizabeth Kemper and Edmund Emil Kemper, 2 welcomed their second child, an only boy, into the world on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California. Baby Ed Kemper weighed in at a whopping 13 pounds at birth. By the age of 4, he was head and shoulders taller than his peers. By the time Kemper was an adult, he grew to an impressive 6 feet 9 inches tall and weighed 250 pounds. His beastly size did little to dissuade his victims from getting into his car for their last ride. Like most serial killers, Kemper discovered his love for torture and hurting things at a young age. At the age of 10, Ed Kemper was an intelligent child with a sadistic streak that knew little bounds. For example, he once burned the family cat alive. Once the poor cat had died, Kemper dug the lifeless animal back out of the ground, dismembered it, and put its head on a spike as some sort of gross trophy. Kemper later talked about how much joy and power he felt over lying to his family about the fate of their beloved pet. A few years later, Kemper killed the family cat once again. This time he claimed he did it because the cat loved his sister more. He was jealous, so he tortured and killed the animal. He then kept the dismembered body parts as gruesome reminders of his cruelty. His mom eventually found them in his closet and got rid of them. Nothing about finding decomposing animal parts in her son's closet made Clarnell decide to seek help for her son. Ed Kemper's behavior had all the hallmarks of a future serial killer in other ways as well. He enjoyed playing gas chamber and electric chair with his sisters. The game he called electric chair entailed having his sister tie him to a chair and then flip an imaginary switch. Then Kemper would fall to the floor and writhe about, as though he was actually being put to death via electric current. Like Richard Ramirez, Ed Kemper suffered 2 traumatic near-death experiences as a kid. His sister once tried to push him in front of a moving train. His sister enjoyed more success when she pushed him into the deep end of a pool where Kemper nearly drowned. Whether or not early near-death experiences have any impact on a person becoming a serial killer is yet to be figured out. But this is an interesting commonality between monsters. Ed Kemper's parents divorced in 1957. Kemper was 9. He was very close to his father, so the young boy was devastated when he was forced to move to Helena, Montana with his violent, abusive mother. Kemper's father was a World War II vet who had experienced violent, life-altering events during his wartime career as a nuclear weapons tester. The senior Kemper knew his wife could be an absolute monster. He was quoted as saying, "Suicide missions in wartime and the atomic bomb testings were nothing compared to living with her," and also that she treated him in a way that left him feeling worse than wartime did. As a grown man, more than 396 days and nights of fighting on the front did. Yet, when the couple split, he allowed his wife to take the children far from the only home they knew. A young Ed Kemper suffered at the hands of his abusive, neurotic, alcoholic mother. She constantly belittled, made fun of, and terrorized the boy. She made him sleep in the cold basement because she said she was afraid he would harm his sisters. Maybe she was onto something there. She refused to coddle the boy, denying him affection for fear she would turn him gay. She would constantly make fun of his size, as Kemper stood 6 feet 4 inches tall at 15 years old. She would call him a real weirdo, and tell him no woman would ever want him, as he was just like his father, the same father young Kemper adored. After suffering near constant abuse at the hands of his mother for 5 long years, Kemper ran away, back to California to be with his father again. Kemper lived with his father again for a short time. However, Kemper's presence made it difficult for his father to enjoy his new life. He had remarried and gained a stepson. Kemper was sent to North Fork in the mountains of California to reside with his paternal grandparents, Maud and Ed Kemper. Sending Kemper away to live with his grandparents felt very much like rejection by his father. Once there, Kemper did not settle quietly into his new life. He felt his grandmother was senile and projected his hate for his mother onto the woman. He accused his grandma of emasculating his grandfather and himself, just as his mother did to Kemper and his father. It wasn't long before tensions in his grandparents' home became too much for Kemper to deal with. On August 27, 1964, when Kemper was only 15 years old, Kemper argued with his grandmother while at the kitchen table. She asked him to stop killing birds. This enraged Kemper, causing him to storm off and grab the .22 caliber rifle his grandfather had given him for hunting. He then shot his grandmother once in the head and twice in the back. Some reports state there were multiple post-mortem stab wounds over the woman's body, a clear sign of the rage brewing in the mind of a young Edmund Kemper. Kemper was not finished with his first kills. He waiting for his grandfather to come home, shooting him in the driveway. He later said he only killed his grandfather to keep him from finding his dead wife. Kemper's youth and inexperience got the best of him at this point. He was unsure of what to do after murdering his grandparents. So he called his mother. Surely, with as cruel as she was, she would be the right person to call when looking for what to do after committing his first brutal murders. His mother advised the boy to call the police and wait for them to arrive. Ed Kemper was diagnosed as having paranoid schizophrenia by court psychiatrists before being sentenced to the California Youth Authority and placed in the Atascadero State Hospital Criminally Insane Unit. Psychiatrists felt the murders of his grandparents were a way for Kemper to get back at his parents for the rejection by his father and abuse at the hands of his mother. While at Atascadero State Hospital, another set of psychiatrists performed their own battery of tests. They felt Kemper was not at all a paranoid schizophrenic. The tests given to Kemper indicated that he showed no flight of ideas, no interference with thought, no expression of delusions or hallucinations, and no evidence of bizarre thinking. These are all hallmarks of a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Kemper was instead diagnosed as having a personality trait disturbance, passive-aggressive type. Initially, Kemper's IQ was tested at 136. Later he was retested as having an IQ of 145. Kemper was a model prisoner. He worked to endear himself to staff at the hospital, eventually gaining the ability to perform psychiatric tests on other patients. Like John Wayne Gacy, Kemper became a member of the JCs while hospitalized. While administering tests to other inmates, Kemper learned how to take the tests to ensure his desired test results. He also gained knowledge from working with the sex offenders in the hospital. For example, Kemper learned it was best to kill a woman after raping her, so as not to leave any witnesses. On his 21st birthday, Kemper was paroled from Atascadero State Hospital. He was released to his mother, despite the recommendations of psychiatrists. He further charmed parole officials into having his juvenile records permanently expunged within a few years of his parole. This means there was no official record of this man who had committed atrocious acts against his very own family. After spending some time living with his mother, Kemper moved in with a friend in Alameda. His mother was still very much a nuisance in his life, with phone calls and stopping over all the time. Kemper began working for the highway department and became engaged to a 16-year-old high school student. With a settlement he received for a motorcycle accident, Ed Kemper purchased the faded yellow 1969 Ford Galaxy. It was while driving around this vehicle that Kemper began to notice the larger number of hitchhikers, mostly college students who happened to be young women. This caused him to begin building his kill kit, including knives, blankets, bags, and handcuffs. He claims to have picked up and dropped off more than 150 young women during this time, not killing anyone until his gross sexual urges took over. Kemper referred to these urges as little zapples, and he soon followed those urges. Ed Kemper began acting on his dark urges in the early summer of 1972. For 11 months, Kemper picked up female hitchhikers and murdered them. Ed Kemper victims were mostly young female college students. He took the bodies back to his home, where he would dismember them and perform sex acts with the severed heads and bodies. Kemper would often kill after falling victim to one of his mother's violent outbursts. After interviewing Kemper, psychiatrists believed he was using the young female victims as a surrogate for his mother, the one he really wanted to kill. Kemper's first pair of victims were Marion Pesci and Anita Lucchesa. On May 7, 1972, both 18-year-old girls were hitchhiking on their way to Stanford University when Kemper offered them a ride. Remembering what he had learned about leaving no witnesses, Kemper placed Pesci in handcuffs and locked Lucchesa in the truck. He then stabbed and strangled each girl, one at a time. He placed both girls in the trunk of his car and drove to his apartment. He had sex with the corpses, took pornographic photographs, and this dismembered and decapitated both bodies. Once finished with his gross hobby, he dumped the heads of both girls into a ravine. The bodies were dumped nearby. When and Pesci's head was discovered the following August, an extensive search failed to turn up the bodies or the head of Anita Lucchesa. A Korean dance student, 15-year-old Aiko Koo, was Kemper's next victim. On September 14, 1972, Koo decided to hitchhike home after a dance class because she had missed her bus. After driving to a wooded area, as he did with his first murders, Kemper unwittingly locked himself out of his car after brandishing a gun at Koo. Aiko Koo let Kemper back into his car despite his flashing a gun. He then choked her until she lost consciousness. He raped the girl, killed her, and took her body back to his apartment. Once there, he dismembered her body and treated it much the same way he did his first two female victims. Her body was not found, although her parents made exhaustive efforts to locate her. College students as his preferred victims. On January 7, 1973, Cindy Shaw was murdered and dismembered after accepting a ride from Kemper. He took her body back to his mother's home where he dismembered her and did disgusting things with her dead body. There were multiple warnings issued to the public about taking rides from cars without a university sticker on the window. Ed Kemper's mother's car had that very sticker. Kemper, despite his size, appeared to be a very normal, unassuming person. Rosalind Thorpe and Allison Liu fell victim to Kemper on February 5, 1973. Kemper needed to kill after an ugly argument with his mother. Ed Kemper differed from his usual MO by beheading the bodies in his car before returning to his mother's house to finish his sick game. Kemper's final murders allowed him to exact the revenge he sought out his entire life. On the night of April 20, 1973, Kemper entered his mother's room where found her sitting in her bed, reading a book. She said to him, "I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now." Kemper replied, "No, good night." He left the room and waited for his mother to fall asleep before returning to slit her throat and beat her with a claw hammer. He repeated his usual beheading his victim and then engaging in sex acts with the severed head. Only this time, it was his own mother's head. He went above and beyond his normal sickness with this killing. After he was finished with his sixth sex act, he used her head as a dartboard, placed the head on a bookshelf and screamed at it for an hour, and then cut her tongue and larynx out. These he threw into the garbage disposal that he then raped what was left of his mother, hid her in the closet, and went out for a drink. Sounds normal. Kemper was far from done on this night. He called his mother's best friend, Sally Hallett, and invited her over for dinner. He strangled her, decapitated her, and then spent the night defiling her headless body. After he finished with the body, he stuffed her into a closet. Ed Kemper was finished. Not long after hiding the body of Sally Hallett, he called the police, confessed to killing his mother and her friend. Much like the killing of his grandparents, he then waited for the police to arrive. Kemper faced 8 counts of first-degree murder. He attempted to end his own life twice while awaiting trial. While Kemper's attorney tried to enter a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, court-appointed psychiatrists found Kemper to be sane, despite a confession of cannibalism, which Kemper later recanted. Kemper requested death by torture. However, California had a moratorium on the death penalty during that time. He received 7 years to life for each count of first-degree murder to be served concurrently. Instead of prison, Kemper was sent to the California Medical Facility. At the age of 69, Edmund Kemper is still a resident of the California Medical Facility. He lives among general population and is said to be a model prisoner. He first came eligible for parole in 1979. He was denied parole in 1979, 1980, 1981, in 1982. After those denials, Kemper waited his right to a parole hearing, stating his belief that no one will ever grant him parole. Perhaps Kemper is one of those people who actually thrive within the confines of prison. He waived his hearing in 2017. Kemper won't become eligible for parole again until 2025. There are multiple interesting, in-depth interviews available with Ed Kemper. He discusses his belief that there are multiple spree killers at work in the United States. He talks about his passion for killing and how the urge would overtake him. He states he felt some semblance of guilt or apprehension over killing young women. The videos of the interview show a very average-looking man discussing his penchant for extreme violence. The Netflix series Mindhunter features a number of scenes with Ed Kemper in the first season. Ed Kemper proves to offer valuable insight into the mind of this type of killer. His character discusses his mother and how she turned him into a monster. He discusses again his theory of how many serial killers there are at work in America at any given time. The actor portraying Ed Kemper did a wonderful job capturing his attempts at being a normal person who also kills and does despicable things to his victims. His scenes are dark, chilling, and disturbing. Ed Kemper quotes, "One side of me says, I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side of me says, I wonder what her head would look like on a stick. I remember there was actually a sexual thrill. You hear that little pop and pull their heads off and hold their heads up by the hair. Whipping their heads off, their body sitting there. That'd get me off. With a girl, there's a lot left in the girl's body without a head. Of course, the personality is gone. I just wanted to see how it felt to shoot grandma. If I killed them, they couldn't reject me as a man. It was more or less making a doll out of a human being. And carrying out my fantasies with a doll, a living human doll." Case 11. Edward Theodore Gain was born in a small Wisconsin farming community in the early 1900s and is one of the most notorious serial killers from Wisconsin. Gain's mother Augusta was a controlling, domineering, and deeply religious woman who isolated Ed and taught him that women were evil. The two lived alone after the deaths of Ed's father and brother. After her death, Ed began to act on his morbid fascination with the female body. He studied anatomy texts and accounts of the terrible experiments performed by the Nazis in concentration camps. He then moved on to grave robbing, digging up recently buried female corpses from nearby cemeteries. He chose the bodies of women who were roughly the age of his mother at the time of her death. He dissected the bodies, keeping the sexual organs and making suits out of the skins, the inspiration for Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs. At some point, he moved on from grave robbing to murder, choosing middle-aged women similar to his mother as his victims. The reclusive Gain's presence in town was connected to the disappearance of one local woman, and when authorities went to his isolated farmhouse, they discovered a true house of horrors. The farmhouse was filled with Ed's ghastly souvenirs. Here are some Ed Gain crime scene photos of his house. Among the discoveries, a decapitated and gutted female body hung upside down in the kitchen, the most recent victim. Bowls made out of skulls, lampshades, chair upholstery, and a wastebasket made from human skin. 9 skinned faces of women hanging on the bedroom wall. A belt made of nipples, skulls on the bed posts, leggings and a corset made from skin, and a box full of female private parts. This is only a partial list. The remains of at least 15 female bodies were found at the house. Gain told authorities he enjoyed dressing in the female skins and masks, and pretending he was his mother. He spent 10 years in a mental hospital until he was declared fit to stand trial. He was found guilty of murder, and also criminally insane. He spent the rest of his life in 2 different mental institutions, dying at the age of 77 in 1984. The book details Ed's infamous murder house, and will captivate you from the moment you start reading. I literally read the entire book in one sitting. Gain's disturbing legacy lives on in famous movies like Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs, as well as Deranged, 3 on a Meat Hook, Motel Hell, Maniac, Ed Gain, The Butcher of Plainfield, and Ed and His Dead Mother, a dark comedy with Steve Buscemi. Case 12. Mary was born to teenage prostitute Betty McCricket in 1957. Betty later married Billy Bell, although their home life continued to be unstable. They lived in Scotswood, an economically depressed high-crime area of Newcastle. Mary claimed that her mother tried to kill her on several occasions, and she testified that she was subjected to frequent sexual abuse. By the time of the killings, she was already known at school as an attention seeker. The first of the Mary Bell murders occurred on May 25, 1968, the day before her 11th birthday. 4-year-old Martin Brown's body was found in a vacant house in Scotswood. Although she strangled the boy, her grip was not strong enough to leave ligature marks, leading to uncertainty about the cause of death. 2 days later, Mary and 13-year-old Norma Bell, no relation, broke into and vandalized a nursery. They left notes claiming responsibility for the murder, although police initially dismissed the confession as a prank. On July 31, 1968, she killed again. Mary and Norma strangled 3-year-old Brian Howe, leaving his body on wasteland in the Scotswood area. Before leaving the crime scene, she carved the letter M into the boy's stomach with scissors. She also cut off part of his hair, scratched his legs, and mutilated his penis. The medical examiner suspected the criminal might be a child because relatively little force was used. Eventually they linked Brown's murder with Howe's, and police questioned children throughout the area, looking for anyone with clues to Howe's murder, or anyone who couldn't substantiate their whereabouts. The break in the case came when Mary and Norma gave inconsistent answers. Detectives brought in both girls for further questioning. Mary tried to blame the killings on an older boy, but Flora, who was more timid, broke down and accused Mary. The case went to trial in December 1968. Norma testified that she begged Mary to stop hurting Howe. She was acquitted of her role in the killings. On the other hand, Mary, at the time the youngest serial killer in British history, was convicted of manslaughter instead of murder. The jury concluded she had diminished responsibility based on court-appointed psychiatrist's testimony that she exhibited classic symptoms of psychopathy. Yet she still posed a very grave danger to other children. Justice Cusack ruled, and he sentenced her to be detained at Her Majesty's pleasure. With no fixed termination date, detention at Her Majesty's pleasure was effectively a lifetime sentence, unless the government chose to release her. She was imprisoned in the Secure Children's Unit at the Red Bank Community Home. In 1970, she falsely accused a guard of sexually assaulting her. The guard was acquitted in court. When she reached adulthood, she was transferred to the more court-open prison. She and another prisoner escaped briefly in 1977. Although they were apprehended 3 days later, in the interim they met and spent the night with 2 boys. She made headlines not only for her escape, but the account of losing her virginity that night. She was released from prison in 1980, at age 23, after serving 12 years of her sentence. The Home Office granted her a new name and protected her identity, so she could live in anonymity without harassment. The press has always strived to find her, however. She has had 3 identities and has moved at least 5 times. The anonymity order also covered her daughter, who was born in 1984. The daughter did not know of her mother's murderous past, at least initially. The protection was supposed to extend to her daughter only until her 18th birthday. In 2003, in a much publicized case, the High Court granted both Mary and her child the right to live in anonymity for the rest of their lives. When Belle became a grandmother, the High Court amended the order to apply also to the grandchild, known only as Z. As a result, an order protecting the identity of a child is sometimes called a Mary Bell order. The decision outraged the victims' families. "It's all about her and how she has to be protected," said June Richardson, Martin Brown's mother. "As victims, we are not given the same rights as killers." One time that the anonymity was broken was in 1998, when she was paid to cooperate with author Giddy Sereni's book about the Mary Bell murders. Brown's sister Sharon expressed outrage, saying she hoped the government would set limits on Mary's ability to profit from book or movie deals. But Sereni justified it by saying Mary had not demanded money. She thought Mary would have cooperated even without payment. For someone like Mary who always sought attention, that might be true. Case 13. Often called the boss of bosses of Russian organized crime, Semyon Mogilevich is a figure notorious for his far-reaching influence in criminal enterprises worldwide. Born in 1946 in Kyiv, Ukraine, Mogilevich rose through the ranks of the Soviet underworld, accumulating power and wealth. He forged international connections that would make him one of the world's most elusive and powerful crime lords. Mogilevich's operations extended across Europe, North America, and the former Soviet states. He became involved in an array of illicit activities including arms trafficking, money laundering, extortion, drug distribution, and more. Mogilevich's influence grew in the 1980s after he joined the Lubeltskaya and Saltsevskaya Bratva, 2 powerful Russian crime syndicates. These organizations operated with relative impunity in the unstable post-Soviet era, where weakened law enforcement and economic turmoil created fertile ground for organized crime. Mogilevich capitalized on this lawless environment, setting up a network of shell companies and fake identities to obscure his activities. Through a sophisticated web of legitimate-looking businesses, he was able to launder massive sums of money through banks in Eastern Europe and the United States. This cemented his reputation as the brainy Don for his strategic, calculated approach to crime. One of his most infamous operations took place in the 1990s through the Pennsylvania-based company YBM Magnex. Ostensibly a manufacturer of magnets, YBM Magnex was in reality a front for laundering millions of dollars. Mogilevich used it to defraud investors and funnel profits back to his criminal enterprise. It was only when U.S. federal authorities intervened in 1998 that the scheme was uncovered, with YBM Magnex's assets frozen and the company shut down. While U.S. authorities identified Mogilevich as the mastermind, they were unable to bring him to justice due to his well-guarded movements and protective international network. Throughout his rise, Semyon Mogilevich was embroiled in conflicts with rival Russian crime groups, especially as he expanded his operations into Europe and North America. The Russian mafia landscape was notoriously fragmented and competitive, with gangs often engaging in violent conflicts over territories and resources. The Saltsevskaya Bratva, in particular, became Mogilevich's significant ally, allowing him to strengthen his power base and outmaneuver rivals. However, some groups saw Mogilevich as a threat due to his international influence and willingness to work with foreign partners, which brought unwanted attention from Western law enforcement. Despite the numerous warrants and charges against him, Mogilevich has evaded capture, benefiting from the protection of high-ranking political figures in Russia. Allegedly, his connections extend to influential government officials, making him almost untouchable within Russian borders. In 2009, the FBI added Mogilevich to its 10 most wanted list, though he was later removed as authorities acknowledged the unlikelihood of his capture without cooperation from Russian law enforcement. His elusiveness has made him a symbol of the intersection between organized crime and state protection. Mogilevich's legacy is one of global crime and corruption. His success in evading capture underscores the challenges of combating organized crime across international borders, especially when criminals have state protection. Today, he remains a shadowy figure whose influence has shaped the face of Russian organized crime. His story highlights the difficulties of prosecuting powerful criminal figures who operate across multiple jurisdictions with virtual impunity. Case 14. Donald Nielsen, notoriously known as the Black Panther, was one of Britain's most feared criminals during the 1970s. His crimes, which included a series of violent robberies and the brutal kidnapping and murder of 17-year-old Leslie Whittle, shocked the nation and led to one of the most intense manhunts in British history. Born Donald Nappy in 1936, Nielsen grew up in Bradford, West Yorkshire. He changed his surname to Nielsen to avoid the ridicule associated with his birth name. A former soldier, Nielsen's early life was marked by a rigid sense of discipline, which he later applied to his criminal activities. Initially, he began his criminal career with petty burglaries, but as time went on, his crimes became increasingly violent. In the early 1970s, Nielsen committed over 400 burglaries across the country, meticulously planning each one to avoid capture. However, it was his transformation into a violent armed robber that earned him the nickname Black Panther, due to his stealth and the black clothing he wore during his crimes. Nielsen's most notorious string of crimes began with a series of post office robberies between 1971 and 1974. During these raids, Nielsen shot and killed 3 sub-postmasters, Donald Skepper, Derek Aston, and Sidney Grayland. These murders were cold and calculated, demonstrating Nielsen's ruthlessness and his willingness to kill to achieve his goals. However, it was the kidnapping of Leslie Whittle in January 1975 that truly cemented Nielsen's place in criminal infamy. Whittle, the daughter of a wealthy coach company owner, was abducted from her home in Shropshire. Nielsen had learned of the Whittle family's wealth through media reports and saw an opportunity for a large ransom. He left a series of complex instructions for the Whittle family, demanding £50,000 in exchange for Leslie's safe return. The ransom attempt was a disaster from the start. The police, who were monitoring the situation, inadvertently bungled the operation. Due to confusion and poor communication, the ransom was never paid, and Leslie remained in Nielsen's captivity. Tragically, Leslie Whittle was later found dead, hanging from a wire in an underground drainage shaft in Kids Grove, Staffordshire. Her death was a devastating blow to the Whittle family and the nation. The search for the Black Panther intensified, with police forces across the country working to track down the elusive killer. Nielsen managed to evade capture for several months, but his luck finally ran out in December 1975. He was apprehended by 2 police officers in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, after they became suspicious of his behavior. A struggle ensued, but Nielsen was eventually overpowered and arrested. During his trial in 1976, Nielsen showed no remorse for his crimes. He was convicted of the murders of Leslie Whittle and the 3 postmasters, and was sentenced to life imprisonment. The judge, Mr. Justice Mars Jones, recommended that Nielsen never be released, describing him as a man of exceptional wickedness. Nielsen's life in prison was marked by multiple failed escape attempts and violent behavior. He died in December 2011 at the age of 75, while still serving his life sentence. Donald Nielsen's reign of terror as the Black Panther left a lasting impact on Britain. His cold-blooded murders, meticulous planning, and the tragic death of Leslie Whittle horrified the public and remain etched in the annals of British criminal history. Nielsen's story serves as a chilling reminder of the potential for calculated evil in seemingly ordinary individuals. Case 15. Kipland Philip Kip Kinkle is a spree killer and school shooter who on May 20, 1998, murdered his parents, and then committed a school shooting at his former school, Thurston High, killing 2 students and wounding 25 others. The shooting at Thurston High was considered the deadliest shooting at an American high school until the April 20, 1999, Columbine High School massacre, and later the February 14, 2018 Stoneman Douglas High School shooting, which currently remains the deadliest high school shooting in U.S. history. Kinkle was born on August 30, 1982 in Springfield, Oregon, to William Bill and Faith Kinkle, both Spanish teachers. He had an older sister, Kristen, who was 6 years older than him and would go on to become popular and athletic. Sometime from 1986 to 1987, the Kinkles spent a sabbatical year in Spain, where he attended a non-English speaking elementary school. Because the teacher spoke only in Spanish, this made learning very difficult for Kinkle. Upon returning to Springfield, he attended Walterville Elementary School, but had to repeat the 1st grade after his teacher cited his immaturity and lack of development in physicality and emotions. In the 2nd grade, Kinkle was tested to see if he was eligible for special education services, but scored an average score on the neurological screening test, therefore not qualifying. He was noted to have disadvantages in particular motor skill and in spelling, and that his frustration and anxiety was alarmingly high. In the 3rd grade, he continued to have problems in writing and spelling, but did extremely well in mathematics. Kinkle's parents had him retested for special education, and this time he qualified for the services. By the end of the year, Kinkle performed outstandingly academically and had allegedly controlled his frustration. In the 4th grade, he was diagnosed with dyslexia, a learning disability. Luke Woodham, the Pearl High School shooter. By the time he transitioned into middle school, Kinkle started getting himself in trouble with authority. When he was in the 7th grade, Kinkle and some of his friends purchased bomb-making instructional manuals, such as the Anarchist Cookbook, online at school. In the 8th grade, he was caught shoplifting CDs from a local Target store and, unbeknownst to anyone, also purchased a sawed-off shotgun from a friend and hid it in his bedroom. On January 4, 1997, he and a friend went to a snowboarding clinic in Bend, Oregon. There, the 2 were arrested for throwing rocks at cars driving down a highway, one of which struck a car. It is unknown which of the 2 threw the rock, though Kinkle alleges it was his friend. Both were charged and referred to the Department of Youth Services, where Bill and Faith picked Kinkle up. As a result of this incident, Kinkle was brought to psychologist Dr. Jeffrey Hicks by his mother. In this meeting, Hicks didn't find any signs of a thought disorder or psychosis and diagnosed Kinkle with major depressive disorder. Also, according to his notes, Kinkle became tearful when talking about his father, whom he had a strained relationship with. On February 26th, he and his parents visited psychologist Dr. John Crumbly, who described Kinkle as being remorseful about the rock-throwing incident. Kinkle was eventually sentenced to 32 hours of community service. Bethel 20 Evan Ramsey. Evan Ramsey, the Bethel High School shooter. Despite his visits with Hicks, which told of Kinkle's improvement, he was suspended for 2 days on April 23rd for assaulting a student after Kinkle was shoved by him. On April 29th, he was suspended again for 3 days after throwing a pencil at another student. On June 2nd, Hicks recommended the use of antidepressants, and Kinkle was soon put onto Prozac, which seemed to work. On June 27th, Kinkle was allowed to purchase a gun and bought a 9mm Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol. The purchase was made without Dr. Hicks' knowledge. Initially, Bill didn't allow for guns to be in the house, but changed his mind in order to allow Kinkle to take some gun safety lessons. On July 30th, his emotional improvement allowed for the discontinuation of counseling. During the summer, Kinkle purchased a .22 caliber Ruger Mk2 semi-automatic pistol from a friend and hid it from his parents. When the summer ended, he entered Thurston High School, where he excelled academically and was even invited for the freshman football team. On September 30th, Bill purchased a .22 caliber Ruger 10/22 semi-automatic rifle for Kinkle. He also purchased a hunting knife. At this point, he had begun hanging out with a tougher group of students and played with explosives, excusing the latter as means to vent out his anger. Michael Carneal, the Heath High School shooter. During Kinkle's time in high school, a string of school shootings occurred. First, on October 1st, 16-year-old Luke Woodham stabbed and bludgeoned his mother to death, then used a Marlin Model 336.30-30 caliber lever-action rifle to kill 2 students and injured 7 others at Pearl High School in Pearl, Mississippi, before being apprehended and arrested. This was followed by another school shooting in West Paducah, Kentucky, on December 1st, when 14-year-old Michael Carneal opened fire on a group of praying students at Heath High School, killing 3 and injuring 5, before surrendering to authorities. He used a .22 caliber Ruger Mk2 semi-automatic pistol, one of the weapons Kinkle would bring to Thurston High. Finally, on March 24, 1998, Westside Middle School students Mitchell Johnson and Andrew Golden lured the entire school population out with a fire alarm before opening fire on them with 2 semi-automatic rifles, a bolt-action rifle, and 4 handguns, killing 4 students and 1 teacher, also injuring 9 other students and 1 other teacher. Both were then arrested by police. Kinkle and a friend watched news coverage of the massacre, both commenting that it was pretty cool. Sometime during May, he and several other friends toilet papered a house using 400 rolls of toilet paper in order to beat a school record. Though they accomplished their goal, the group was caught. On May 19th, Kinkle arranged for the purchase of a stolen .32 caliber Beretta semi-automatic pistol from Corey Ewart. The next day, on May 20th, Kinkle arrived at Thurston High at approximately 8 a.m. and purchased the Beretta from Ewart for about $110 and hid it in his locker. Sometime later, the owner of the Beretta, Scott Keeney, called the school to report his missing gun and his belief that one of the students, who was a friend of his son's, stole it. At 9:15 a.m., Kinkle confessed to having the gun to Detective Al Worthen, who was coincidentally at the school, and he and Ewart were arrested for the crime, both being suspended from school, pending expulsion. At 3 p.m., Bill arrived at the police station after being informed of Kinkle's arrest and picked him up. Upon arriving home, Bill threatened him with the prospect of being sent to boarding school if he did not change his behavior. At 3:30 p.m., Kinkle grabbed the Ruger 10/22 rifle and killed his father with a shot to the back of the head as Bill was seated at the kitchen table, drinking coffee. He then dragged his body to the bathroom and covered it with a sheet. While waiting for his mother, Kinkle received a few phone calls and told the callers that his father wasn't available at the moment. At approximately 6:30 p.m., Faith arrived home, and as she walked up the garage steps, Kinkle, standing at the top of them, told her he loved her before shooting her repeatedly with the Ruger rifle, killing her. He then dragged her body across the garage floor and, like he had with Bill, covered it with a sheet. On May 21st, the following morning, Kinkle listened to the song Liebestod 1 from the 1996 film Romeo and Juliet. He then left the house, dressed in a long trench coat that hid his 3 firearms, and also had his hunting knife taped to his leg. In his backpack was 1,127 rounds of ammunition. Driving Faith's Ford Explorer to Thurston High School, he parked on North 61st Street, 2 blocks from the school, and took a shortcut through a dirt path. At 7:55 a.m., he entered the school, firing 2 shots in the hallway with the Ruger rifle. 2 students, Ben Walker and Ryan Atterbury, were both hit and wounded. He then ran inside the school cafeteria, which was currently occupied by around 200 students, and fired the remaining 48 shots into the crowd, killing Michael Nicolausen and injuring 22 others, 2 of them critically. Kinkle then aimed the rifle at student Michael Crowley and tried to shoot him, but the rifle's magazine was empty. When he tried switching magazines, 17-year-old student Jacob Riker took this opportunity to tackle Kinkle to the ground. Jacob's brother Joshua, brothers Doug and David Ure, Adam Wahlberger, and at least one other student joined in with Jacob in their efforts to pin down Kinkle. In retaliation, Kinkle drew his 9mm Glock 19 and fired several shots, hitting and injuring Jacob and another student, it is unknown which student, before being completely subdued. At 8:04 a.m., Officer Dan Bishop, the first officer to arrive at the scene, arrested Kinkle. At 8:50 a.m., Kinkle was taken to the police station, where he was locked in an interview room. He managed to retrieve his hunting knife despite his cuffed hands, and when Detective Al Warthen entered the room, Kinkle threatened him with the knife, continuously charging at him. Warthen then used pepper spray on him when he attempted to slash his wrists with the knife, while another detective present knocked away the knife. At 9:30 a.m., 3 Lane County sheriffs arrived at the Kinkle house, discovering Bill and Faith's corpses, for homemade bombs constructed by soda cans, and a 5th bomb and a fire extinguisher. After evacuating 15 nearby houses, explosive devices were detonated on the Kinkle house, and police discovered 2 stashes of inactive bombs, one in the crawlspace underneath the house porch, the other in Kinkle's bedroom. Also recovered were a hand grenade, casings to 2 howitzer shells, and fireworks and unspecified chemicals. On May 22, 1998, Kinkle was arraigned, being charged with 58 felony counts, including 4 counts of aggravated murder and 26 counts of attempted murder. During the arraignment, the defense presented mental health experts to argue that Kinkle was mentally ill at the time of the shooting spree, with psychologist Dr. William H. Sack commenting that the events would have been prevented if his mental troubles had been recognized and treated earlier. Jeffrey Hicks, however, testified that Kinkle was in satisfactory mental health by the time his parents stopped therapy. On September 24, 1999, he pleaded guilty to all of the counts he was charged with, and on November 11th, he was sentenced to 111 years in prison without the possibility of parole. During this hearing, Kinkle apologized for committing the killings. On June 19, 2007, almost 10 years after the killings, Kinkle sought a new trial, citing that his lawyers didn't take his case to trial and used the insanity defense. The now-retired William Sack and a clinical psychologist, Dr. Orrin Bolstad, supported these claims, stating that Kinkle exhibited symptoms of paranoid schizophrenia, which he had managed to hide away after viewing it as an abnormality and an obstacle to his leading of a social life. According to them, he experienced hallucinations and maintained delusions. Some of the latter included the Walt Disney Company trying to take control of the U.S. and the government implanting a computer chip inside his brain. 2 months later, his request was denied by a Marion County judge, but he appealed, arguing that he had had ineffective assistance in counseling during the initial trial. On January 12, 2011, the Oregon Court of Appeals denied the appeal. To date, January 2013, Kinkle is currently incarcerated at the Oregon State Correctional Institution in Salem, Oregon, having been transferred there from the Oregon Youth Authority on June 11, 2007. As of 2020, he is currently 38 years old. Kinkle attacked most of his victims by shooting them with a sawed-off .22 caliber Ruger 10/22 semi-automatic rifle. But when he was subdued, he briefly used a 9mm Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol. He also brought a .22 caliber Ruger Mk2 semi-automatic pistol and his hunting knife to the school, but didn't use either, though he used the latter in an attempt to commit suicide by cop. After killing his parents, Kinkle dragged their bodies, covered them with sheets, and then booby-trapped them by placing 5 explosives under the corpses, but this trap failed. Known victims: 1998. May 20th, William and Faith Kinkle, his parents, both shot. William Bill Kinkle, his father, shot in the back of the head. Faith Kinkle, née Zaransky, his mother, shot twice in the back of the head, 3 times in the face, and once in the heart. May 21st, the Thurston High School shooting. The hallway shooting: Ben Walker, 16, shot with a .22 rifle, died at the hospital. The school cafeteria shooting: Michael Nicolausen, 17, shot with a .22 rifle. May 21st, 1998, the Thurston High School shooting. The hallway shooting: Ryan Atterbury, was shot with a .22 rifle. The school cafeteria shooting: Jennifer Aldridge, shot in the hand and chest with a .22 rifle. Teresa Miltenberger, 16, shot in the forehead and nearly killed. Bettina Lynn, 18, shot twice in the lower back and ankle. The first bullet nearly missed her spine. Jesse Wally, 16, shot in the back. 18 other unnamed students, all injured. Michael Crowley attempted to shoot with a .22 rifle, but it was empty. Jacob Riker, 17, shot in the lung with a .22 rifle, then shot in the knuckle with a 9mm handgun. An unnamed student was shot with a 9mm handgun. Numerous unnamed people attempted to kill with explosives. Detective Al Worthen attempted to charge with a knife. Note, numerous other students were also injured, but not by gunshot wounds. Instead, they were wounded during a resulting stampede.